Hello, people. Welcome back to the OCM Botcast. I am your host, the big Aniki, Super Chad Marco. So I believe this is episode 39 of the Botcast. Let me just look around a little bit. So this is, episode 39, the Patrice O'Neal philosophy. So this episode is a bit, I've been meaning to put it out for a while, but I've been dealing with quite a bit in terms of nothing serious, but how I'm going to move forward as a content creator, because after all the issues with the YouTube channel and the copyright bullshit, I dived into some new waters as a content creator. I was more active on Twitter, Instagram, etc. Polished up the Patreon and the SoundCloud, re-uploaded a lot of stuff to Rumble, started streaming on Twitch, and I kind of remixed the Nightwalk vlog to be a little bit more easily digestible for the common folk. And so with all that, and then on top of that, just real life stuff, still looking for another job, and started going to the gym, working out, taking care of myself, and just enjoying life, playing video games, watching anime, horror movies, just all things, dealing with family shit. The big trick is trying to figure out how to put everything together. How to time everything from streaming on Twitch and doing the podcast, and then also the music. Still, I'm working on Robot Music 9003, and it's the challenge trying to put everything together and knowing what days and what amount of time to dedicate to what. But I'm ready to face that challenge, and it's June. I've always said, summer, that's my season. I was born the day after summer starts. Summer starts on June 22nd. I was born right after that. And summer, it's something about summer just, it brings the best out of me. And so I know that this summer is going to be fantastic for me as a content creator and for you guys as the people enjoying what I create. So we're going to have a great time. But it's just been kind of a challenge putting everything together, from just the basics of living life, working out, eating, cleaning, and trying to figure out, my next move in terms of finding a job and trying to be a successful content creator on top of that. And again, I'm just putting everything together. So that's why I was kind of late putting this out. But here we are with episode 39, the Patrice O'Neal philosophy. So if you don't know who Patrice O'Neal is, he's considered like the godfather of the red pill in a way. And he's deceased now. I believe he was a very overweight man, and he struggled with diabetes throughout his life, and it eventually caught up to him. And I believe that diabetes is associated with what ultimately caused his demise. But before he died, he was a regular on the Opie and Anthony radio show, and he dropped a lot of red pill bombs. And luckily for us, a lot of those conversations and talks and rants that he went on that radio show has survived and have been, kind of put together and compiled for, guys like myself and you guys to consume and enjoy. And he has quite an interesting philosophy when it comes to life and women and relationships. And it's very much rooted in what we would consider to be red pill philosophy of today. And that's going to basically be what we're going to be discussing today. I have some audio clips from the Opie and Anthony show where Patrice O'Neal was going on his rants and talking about women and relationships. And so we're going to be listening to those, and I'm going to be doing commentary as we listen. But before we get into that, of course, we got everything else, the news and the comments, et cetera, et cetera. As far as like the OC, I plan on like changing how I'm going to approach that. I'm thinking about reaching out more on a personal level to individual creators and kind of giving them like their own sort of segment, kind of like what I did with Seth quite a long while ago. Because sometimes I just go to like the SoundCloud threads on 4chan and just grab stuff. And you know, given the copyright issues that we had, and even though it had nothing to do with that, it was actually my music that was copyright claimed, oddly enough. It's got me thinking that moving forward, I got to make sure that I have all my bases covered. So again, it's gonna be some changes as far as how I move forward with the channel and whatnot, but it's all going to be for the sake of the greater good. So the first segment we have before we get to the main topic, as always, is the news. So today's bit of news is this article talking about STDs. So there's an article that came out. Oh God, hold up. That's my, oh no, I ain't gonna say it. I ain't gonna say it. He took my girl. No, I'm playing. But there's an article that came out that says oral sex is a leading factor in the throat cancer epidemic in the United States, doctor says. Now I know, oh God, why do you care, Mr. Non-sex having guy? You know, one day I do hope that I might get to dip my dick in some pussy. And I think it's wise for everybody to be knowledgeable on the realities of STDs. Oftentimes, to me, it seems like people aren't really concerned or take the adequate steps necessary to protect themselves from STDs. And so I think reading up on stuff like this is important and informative. Maybe some of you guys are sexually active, and so hopefully maybe you'll get something out of this. So let's get right into this. So this article is on, I think, what is this, People? Okay. And so it says, oral sex may be the biggest factor in the rise of throat cancer in the United States. Dr. Hisham Mihana, a professor at the Institute of Cancer and Genomic Sciences at the University of Birmingham, said that there has been a rapid increase in oropharyngeal cancer. Excuse me if I'm saying that wrong. A type of throat cancer in the past 2 decades, calling it an epidemic in both the US and UK. For oropharyngeal cancer, the main risk factor is the number of lifetime sexual partners, especially oral sex. Mahana wrote for The Conversation, those with 6 or more lifetime oral sex partners are 8.5 times more likely to develop oropharyngeal cancer than those who do not practice oral sex. Give me 1 second, because I don't want to keep saying it wrong. I thought it was going to be a one-time word. Apparently, they're going to be throwing this fucking word around throughout the article. So let me actually figure out the correct pronunciation of this word. So let's see. What does it say? There we go. Seems I wasn't the only one. Oropharyngeal pronunciation. Excuse me. Okay. Come on.
Oropharyngeal.
Oropharyngeal. I was close. Not bad. Oropharyngeal. Okay, the Centers for...
Oropharyngeal.
I got it. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention states that 70% of oropharyngeal cancers in the United States are caused by HPV or human papilloma. Oh God. I've heard that one. Hold on, let's get it. Oral... Why do they make these words like don't come on now? They could have called it fucking papillomavirus or something. They gotta make it all complicated and shit. Hold up. Let me see. Pop. Oh, hold up. Pop. Hello. There we go. Oh, hold on, turn it up.
Papillomavirus.
Okay. Papilloma. Okay, that's easy. Caused by HPV or human papillomavirus. So, but let's back up a little bit. So it says those with 6 or more lifetime oral sex partners are 8.5 times more likely to develop oropharyngeal cancer than those who do not practice oral sex. And you know, I believe that because if you think about it, when people hook up, a lot of times some people will use condoms, but typically for penetrative sex, not for oral sex. Even when you look at the porn industry, right? I've seen certain scenes where they'll use condoms, but only for penetration. They won't use condoms for the blowjob or cunnilingus, if you will. And I think even probably in the real world, a lot of people probably have the same mentality where if they're going to wear a condom, it's mostly going to be for penetration and somewhat for not wanting to get a girl pregnant, but also for STD protection. But I think when it comes to oral sex, people tend to be more loose, if you will, in terms of condom use, because a lot of guys don't want a condom blowjob. And if you're going to be eating pussy, I mean, there's not a lot of options there. I think I've heard of a vagina condom, but again, let's be real. Who the hell? Who the hell? And we live in a culture that we live in now where, you know, what we call hookup culture, where people meet either through Tinder, online, got all these different dating apps, or just at the clubs and whatnot. People don't really take a lot of precautions when it comes to protecting their health when it comes to STDs. And I've always said this, when you really think about it, the most reasonable thing to do is before you have sex with anyone is for you both to get tested if you haven't been recently tested already. But when you're having sex with multiple people and you're not getting regularly tested, and more than likely they're not getting regularly tested, you're really gambling with your health. And it seems like a lot of people don't really take it slow when it comes to having sex with different people. Seems like a lot of people are kind of in the fast lane and they just say, fuck it, hey, we're gonna hook up. Or even when you get a boyfriend or a girlfriend, how many people get tested before they have sex? HPV is the most common sexually transmitted infection, with 3 million new cases in the US each year. Many people will live their lives without ever knowing that they have HPV, but for some, it can develop into cancer. According to the American Cancer Society, cases of oropharyngeal cancer linked to HPV increased nearly 1.3% in women and by 2.8% in men between 2015 and 2019. Though people with HPV infections often clear them completely, Mahana said others can develop severe symptoms. A small number of people are not able to get rid of the infection, maybe due to a defect in a particular aspect of their immune system, he explained. In those patients, the virus is able to replicate continuously and over time integrate at random positions into the host DNA, some of which can cause the host cells to become cancerous. The CDC notes that it typically takes years after being infected with HPV for cancer to develop. The health agency also states that it is unclear if having HPV alone is enough to cause oropharyngeal cancers, or if other factors like smoking or chewing tobacco interact with HPV to cause these cancers. So there were quite a few articles that came out about this when, this information came out. But I've always said, if I ever have sex, we got to get tested. Even me as a virgin, Because I look at it like this. I'm a virgin, but why should the girl take my word for it? I don't think you can really trust people in today's day. I know I don't. So if I met a girl, I would insist that we get tested for STDs before we have sex. But I don't think there's a HPV test though. Like that's because this article specifically talks about HPV. So the preventive measures for avoiding HPV is gonna be avoiding having a lot of sexual partners. But I believe there's also a HPV vaccine. So maybe if I become sexually active, I'll look into taking that. But I don't think I have to worry about these issues right now at this time. But like I said, if I meet a girl and I feel like it's going to escalate towards sex, I'm definitely going to insist on we get tested. Because as a virgin, that's what I am, but she shouldn't take my word for it because I'm not going to take her word for whatever the fuck she say. I don't care if she says she's a virgin, the Virgin Mary, chastity device. I would never take anybody's word for that. In fact, I think I had read a story on 4chan. I know, it's random stories online. Got to take it with a grain of salt. But this guy was saying that I think he caught herpes because he met a girl who she was a BPD chick, one of those BP demons. And I think she lied and said that she was a virgin. And so he had unprotected sex with her and caught herpes. And that's the type of stuff that happens. I hate that I have to be so distrustful of people, but it's just the reality of the world that we live in. You have to protect yourself, unfortunately, more so from other people than just about anything else. So I think it should just be like a basic precaution. But I know a lot of people simply don't want to go through the trouble. I mean, just look at it like this. You're a guy struggling in dating, struggling to get laid. You barely getting by. You go to the club, you meet a cute girl and you spit that game. She like you, she's attracted to you, whatever. And then it's quickly escalating towards sex. Are you going to hit the brakes just to set up both of you guys getting an STD test? Most people just aren't willing to do that. Even with somebody who could potentially become like a girlfriend or a boyfriend, a lot of times people aren't willing to do that. So especially in hookup culture, people who are open to that sort of thing, it's like, how do you hit the pause button during these interactions just to get tested? Then on top of that, it costs money to get tested from what I recall. But I think like in the porn industry, the way they do it, they get tested regularly and just roll off that. So it's like, I'm not sure exactly how many times a year they get tested. I think it's anywhere from like 2 to 4, maybe once every season or so. I guess it differs. It's been a while since I've looked into this, but I know in the porn industry, that's pretty much how they protect themselves. They get tested regularly. And then it's just like they know what they have and what they don't have moving forward for that particular time. And I'm sure they probably share and exchange paperwork so everybody knows what it is. But I know they don't get tested before every single new sexual partner. It's just more of a seasonal thing for them. So at least they know if they do catch something. And yeah, I guess that works for them in that industry. But HPV is a scary one. It's obviously not as serious as like HIV or AIDS or something like that. But what's scary about it is that there isn't really a reliable test for it. You just have to take preventive measures, which is either the vaccine or abstinence. I mean, even your first sexual partner could have HPV. And I believe it said this is one of the most common STDs as well. So for any of my guys out there who are sexually active, it's just something to keep in mind. Because you don't want to, and HPV is bad because it could evolve into cancer, obviously. But I think even something like herpes is probably worse. And here's why. Because with HPV, there isn't a test. You just either got it or you don't. Yeah, you might want to get ahead of the ball and get vaccinated for it. I'd say look into it before you do. You know, I'm Mr. Conspiracy Guy, but whatever. But with herpes, once you got it and you know you got it, you gotta tell people or you're just a demon. And so there's always a point whenever you meet somebody where you know you gotta lay it on them. Oh, I have herpes. Imagine meeting a cute girl, a cutie or pretty girl, and you're so excited, like, oh yeah, I'm about to get a girlfriend, and then she drops the bomb on you. I have herpes. I thought you should know. Oh my god. Oh god, man. I would like to think that I would say, okay, well, it's been nice knowing you. But that was the news for today. Next, we are going to go right into the main topics. Okay, so welcome back. Now we are going to get right into the main topic, which is the Patrice O'Neal philosophy. As I said before, Patrice O'Neal is considered to be one of the godfathers of the red pill. He passed away, but a lot of his rants and talks about women and relationships and life in general have survived. And, you know, a lot of men have benefited or resonated with what he had to say. And I think I had already listened to a lot of this like years ago. I would say listening to Patrice O'Neal was kind of a part of my, I wouldn't say my red pill awakening. I think I was always kind of leaning towards these thoughts, even as in my late teens, really. But he was definitely one of the important voices during like the early parts of when I was really starting to seek out people online who were talking about these sorts of things. He was definitely one of the earlier ones. And so I'm just going to play some clips from when he would have these talks on the radio show and whatnot. So let's get right into it. Oh yeah, and in case you didn't know, he was a comedian when he was alive, and he had like some good stand-up specials, etc. But I think it's kind of unfortunate because he kind of died before he really could have hit his stride. Because really, typically, comedians tend to come into their prime in their later years, you know, 40s and late 40s. Kind of like you look at Dave Chappelle, and man, I swear, like, just imagine if Patrice O'Neal was alive today in today's era. Because you got to think about it. Patrice O'Neal, he died right before the big social media boom, like before the Instagram and Twitter and all. Like, I think he was like, maybe he was alive for like early Twitter or something. I forgot the exact year he died, but like he died before like this current era of social media and all that. So let's get into it. So let's start here.
Like every guy is capable of this type of action that you do.
It's absolutely.
But let me put it this way: some guys, their girls are so important to them that it's almost like you're saying, let's say you're in Vegas, you got a pile of fucking chips, pile of chips.
Yeah,
these chips mean a lot to you.
Right.
You seem like the kind of guy that is willing to put that motherfucker down and look, I'm gambling it. If I lose it, what the fuck? If I win, hey, I got twice as much. You are willing to take a relationship and lay it on the line and willing to have it walk out the fucking door.
Anthony,
So what he's talking about now has a lot to do with Patrice O'Neal's philosophy on relationships. And a lot of times Patrice O'Neal basically expresses that he's willing to risk it all and lose it all to protect his happiness. So if he's not going to worry about losing a girl, if it means that he did the right thing in the process of losing her. Just for some context.
You're a movie genius. What did De Niro say? What was one of his famous lines from fucking Heat?
Oh shit, Heat is one I'm not as familiar with.
He said that don't attach yourself to nothing you can't walk out in 30 seconds or less. And that is how you're supposed to approach it. As soon as you feel the heat on, as soon as you feel like, whoa, this is not fun. There is not one reason why you should have a bad time in a relationship. Why? I come in here, right? If I come in here every day for 4 hours, at what minute do I cause you motherfuckers pain and suffering? At 1 minute, do you cause 702? Do you cause each other pain and stuff? Like, cause you think you can. You come in, you're like, what's up, oh? He goes, what's up, man? Blasey, what we gonna do today? We getting along. Blah. That's a relationship. So at what point do there's ups and downs and there's enough fucking downs that's gonna happen without the help of the motherfucker you love.
So I've always loved this little discussion here because I think he makes a great point. And when I look at my own life, right, and the people I interact with, now, of course, I've never been in a relationship, but when I look at my friendships and my relationships with my family, and I compare them to like toxic relationships that I've seen people in, toxic, intimate sexual relationships people have been in, I look at, like, wait a minute. Why is it normal? Why is it normal, considered normal for people in intimate relationships to be fighting regularly? Why the hell is it normalized that in a relationship, it's okay that you guys are getting into serious, heated arguments every week or every other week? I look at my relationship with my mother, for example. We don't always get along. I don't always get along with anybody. But I can say that overall we get along 90% of the time. That's a good balance. To expect perfection, to expect to never have disputes or tension or problems with other people, even family and friends and lovers, I think that's just completely unrealistic. It's unreasonable. But there has to be a good balance. And with everybody that I've accepted in my life and is in my life, there's a good balance. It's never perfection, but there's a good balance. Whether it's my mom, my niece, friender, rest in peace, my friend, and I've eliminated people from my life when that balance was no longer there. When the balance was skewed towards negativity, I have literally eliminated and cut people out of my life without mercy, because I just believe there's no excuse for that. I don't expect perfection, but like Patrice said, when you feel it in your gut, when you feel that heat, like something is right, you gotta acknowledge that and you gotta act on that. And the comparison that he makes is with his relationship with his friends, like his homies, like they go to work every day and they get along for the most part. Why can't you do that with your girl or your boyfriend? Why can't people in relationships just get the fuck along? It doesn't have to be perfect. But I think that we've come to accept these extreme up and downs in relationships, and it's becoming normalized. Toxic relationships in our culture are becoming normalized. And a lot of people would take issue with what Patrice is saying, when in reality, they would never accept that kind of imbalance when it comes to dealing with family, when it comes to dealing with friends.
But don't you think that if you're willing to put yourself in a situation where you're able to walk away in 30 seconds like that, just walk away, that maybe you're putting up some barriers that you could be having an even better time. If you would invest a little more, that you couldn't possibly walk away.
Absolutely.
No.
This is listen. I'm just
playing the pussy whip advocate here.
The pussy whip advocate.
I can only love, and this is anybody. I can only love somebody 90%. That's the most love I can give. That's the highest, because I have to save 10% to survive in case that person ain't shit, in case they leave me, in case they cheat.
You go 100%, then you're shooting yourself.
You go 100%.
You jump out a window. Yeah.
What have you got left for you? You understand? So I need something to survive. Human nature is human nature. I don't plan for it. I just go, I'm going to survive it. So when I say 30 seconds or less, that's euphemism. That's hypothetical. Yeah. But I'm saying, sweetie, if you don't threaten to leave me, just leave me, because I'm not gonna play the game with you. It's like I have to survive.
I'm not gonna play the game with you, and I think what he said there is so important, because a lot of times in relationships, the big fear is the fear of loss, and that's what keeps people in toxic relationships. You'll endure the negativity. You'll endure the abuse because you're afraid of losing that person. You're afraid of being alone. You're afraid of going back to being single. And that allows the other person to really control you if you're dealing with somebody who's intentionally manipulative. Sometimes you're just dealing with somebody who, because I think in relationships between men and women, some of it comes down to the fact that a lot of women have never been held accountable by a man in a relationship. And so they don't really grow or adjust and mature to where, you know, they are going to behave in a way that's going to be that's going to be good for the maintenance of peace and harmony in the relationship. I'll put it like that. And what he says about, I can only love 90%. I got to keep some for me just in case. And I totally agree with that. I think that in a way, we romanticize falling in love. We romanticize being madly in love. These ideas of I need you, you complete me, I can't live without you. If you really think about it, that way of thinking is very unhealthy. Because let's say, for instance, you got a girlfriend or a wife and she passes away. And in your mind, I can't live without her. And look, that's touching, that's sweet, but that's not good. You still have a life to live. Maybe you have kids, maybe you have friends, maybe you have family. So you have to be able to move on. This whole idea of I need you, I can't live without you. Again, it's endearing, it's romantic, but it's ultimately a weak mentality to carry. Because if you can't live without the person that you're with, one, it allows them to abuse and manipulate you endlessly, because you won't have the will, you won't have the courage or the ability to leave if necessary. And if they happen to cheat, you'll just deal with it. If they die, you break up, I mean, you're going to be a fucking mess. And so it's not a healthy mentality to have. You got to save love for yourself so that you can endure it, so that you can move on, regardless of if you need to eliminate somebody from your life or somebody decides to walk out of your life.
Without you, if you decide you did, that's the control. Power corrupts. If you give a motherfucker power, they're gonna abuse it. I do comedy for a living. The worst thing you can do when you're bombing in front of a crowd is try to make them laugh. When I bomb, I chase the motherfuckers out the door. Leave, faggot. You don't like it, go fuck your mother and go.
That's a great philosophy.
And you know what they do? They don't leave.
They don't leave. And so he said power corrupts. It's the control. And it goes back to that fear of loss. And I remember, I think AMS said something similar, Alpha Male Strategies. And I think he basically said, you got to be willing to lose it all. You got to be willing to risk it all for a peace of mind. And everything that Patrice is talking about, and he's going to continue talking about throughout these videos, I think it all goes back to protecting your own happiness. It all goes back to protecting your own peace of mind. The other guy was acting as the pussy whip advocate, just kind of challenging Patrice's ideas. And he was presenting the age-old idea of just enduring the bullshit of relationships for a greater reward. But what greater reward is there than the protection of your own happiness and well-being? People always talk about the importance of mental health, but then when you actually take the steps to protect it, especially when it comes to dealing with women in relationships, all of a sudden it's like, nah, you got to deal with the negativity, and it's crazy, man. So, next.
Rob.
Yeah, what's up, Patrice?
What's going on, man? What's up? Thanks.
Hey, listen. All right, backstory will be quick. Been married 4 years. My wife hasn't blown me since we've been married. She gives me sex maybe once a month. I'm on a bachelor party in another city. Do I have a legitimate beef to get some ass tonight?
Even if she is fucking you every night.
Yes, but use a condom.
It's Rob.
Rob, this is Dante.
Yeah.
Nothing helps a marriage more than cheating. Nothing makes it easier, because if whenever you're cheating, there's nothing that she can say that would upset you after you get home. Nothing.
You know, in a weird way, I don't condone cheating. Let me just put that forward first. I do not condone cheating at all. But what Dante says here about how cheating can help a man, I think there's some truth to it. And it doesn't even have to necessarily be cheating. When you look at, like, just as I think the perfect example is Will Smith and his wife, Jada Pinkett Smith. I believe that for a while they were in an open relationship, an open marriage, and that's what allowed Jada to go and have her fun with whoever, right? We all know the whole story. I believe personally, if they never opened up their marriage to allow those infidelities or allow those entanglements, they probably would have already got divorced. Again, I'm not condoning it. I just think that one of the big issues that I see in marriage is that at some point the husband and wife become incompatible sexually, and that creates a lot of problems. It creates a lot of tension and friction between the two of them. And so if they can alleviate their sexual frustrations without the help of their partner, if they're allowed to go seek someone that can satisfy them. Again, this is fucked up NTR hentai shit, but it's real shit. If they can satisfy those urges somehow and kind of scratch that itch, I think they can kind of come together again and be like, okay, well, look, you ain't doing it for me in this way, but look, I'm good now, so now I can be your wife. I can be your husband again. Again, I don't condone it. It's crazy, but I think that he has a point there.
I'm just thinking,
that's
get
a
little
good
head.
point.
And the guilt you feel will cause you to do shit around the house that you never would have done. You'll cut the grass, you'll paint the living room, you'll do what she wants you to do because you're
Oh,
guilty.
yeah.
Let me tell you something, Rob. Let me tell you something
Definitely
about this situation, cheating. Is you got to understand that, first of all, think to yourself why have you ever cheated on her before?
No.
All right.
Jesus.
No.
Think to yourself,
Wow.
why don't you cheat on her now? Fuck, why don't you cheat on her? Because that's some fucking magical shit women invented. Because we're not cheating. Wait a minute, Kevin. Just real quick, why do you stay faithful to her? What's your reason?
Notice how he said we're not cheating. Now, I've never been a believer in this whole idea, men don't cheat, they exercise our options, or women should accept that high value men cheat. I'm not a believer in that. I think cheating is cheating. Now, if you establish in the beginning of a relationship that it's okay for him or her to do that, then whatever. But I think when you go behind their back and do it, it's going to create negative. It's definitely going to stir up negative emotions in the person that's being cheated on.
I'm pathetic.
No.
It's fear.
Why do you stay? Why don't you go get side pussy? Why don't you? Just why? In your own for
What
your
about
own...
her? Why is she only happy with sex once a month?
Because I mean,
Is it a chore?
Bait and switch.
Go ahead.
She used to put out all the time before we got married and all that stuff. And then as soon as we got married, she found Jesus and she didn't do it anymore.
Oh, she found Jesus.
Oh, Lord. So if you listen to what the caller said, he called it a bait and switch. Now, Coach Greg Adams, he always talks about this, the bait and switch. So if you don't know what the bait and switch is, it's what happens a lot of times in relationships. And oftentimes it is the woman who is accused of doing this. And it's where in the beginning of the relationship, the woman is behaving like the perfect partner. Cooking, cleaning, she's submissive, she's cooperative, the sex is fantastic. But once you start investing, the more you invest, when you start moving in together and you share your bank account, you got a car together, you get married, you have kids, over time, they start to pull back in terms of the effort they were putting in to sort of lure you in. And I hate to say it like that because it's one of those things where I don't know how much of it is conscious versus subconscious. Are women deliberately doing these things to manipulate? Like, do they understand that, okay, like, do they say to themselves that I'm going to just flood this nigga with sex, and the second I get a baby or the second I get a ring, I ain't got to do this shit no more? I can't imagine that they really even consciously think that. I think that to a certain degree, it might just be the comfort that they fall into once the guy just starts investing so much, and they just know, again, consciously or subconsciously, that, you know, I don't have to do everything that I was doing anymore, because if he has an issue with me not doing it, I have the power. Like Patrice said earlier, power corrupts. I have the power. Oh, if you're mad at me not putting out as much anymore, divorce, take the kids, this, that, and the third. So that's the bait and switch.
Okay,
that's an excuse. Yeah, that's an excuse. Listen, dude. Let me explain what happened to you. This is a sad thing, and sometimes you have to face the truth. And I think pathetic was the right word. But we all get pathetic until you get that gene in you where you just want to be a pimp and want to be happy. You have to say to yourself.
Listen to what he said. We all are pathetic until you get that gene in you where you want to be a pimp and be happy. But let's be a pimp and be happy. He didn't say be a pimp and abuse women and control women. He said be a pimp and be happy. It all comes back to happiness. And you know, some people might wonder, why am I, as a virgin who never had a relationship, so interested in this? One, I just find it fascinating, you know, because I like girls and it's interesting to learn about relationship dynamics. But I think a lot of the red pill comes back to the man doing what you're supposed to do in terms of protecting your own happiness and standing up for yourself.
Okay, look, you can't love a woman like a woman loves you. You cannot give energy to her the same way she gives it to you. You can't go booby bear. You can't hold her hand because she's holding yours. It's a distance thing. You have to, if she loves Jesus, okay, and no offense to God, but you put pressure on her to love you as much as she loves God, okay? God, she's loving Jesus. He's a entity. Like, you can't see him, but something's there for making her chase Jesus. That's what she's doing. You got to make her chase you. Do you understand? Stay gone for a couple of days. Fucking have other things to do besides worry about how much she loves you.
So he talked about distance there, which is another thing that I believe personally is important in a relationship. Because I think with anyone, the more time you spend together, the more you just are gonna start getting sick of each other. I know, like, there was a time when my best friend used to come over like every day, and it was fun at first, but then over time, I wanted my space to play Skyrim. Right? This was years ago, by the way. I don't see him like that anymore. I guess you got to be careful what you wish for. But I think that in a context of an intimate relationship, I think it sort of works the same way. I think as a man, in order to keep things interesting, there has to be some distance. There has to be something to keep things interesting. I think it's sort of like when you look at like there's a saying that the best spice is hunger, which means that nothing makes food taste better than being hungry. And I say the best aphrodisiac is abstinence. Nothing makes sex better than having been without it for a long time. I've known that just through, practicing no fap, not masturbating for days on end, and you finally do it. And then it's like, wow, masturbating is so much more fun and better if you wait a while and let that sexual energy build up over time. And then when you unleash it, it's just, it's a much bigger bang for your buck. And I would imagine that in relationships, it's the same way. I think in a way, men and women in relationships need some distance so they have time and space to miss each other for that desire to sort of build up. And this is kind of another issue with being married, is that you guys are just around each other too fucking much. You get bored of each other. You get predictable. You start smelling each other all the time. And it's I think it's bad in terms of keeping a relationship spontaneous and interesting and fresh when you're just all up under each other's ass every day. And this guy ended up falling into the bait and switch. Let's move to the next sound bite.
So there's a lot of shit that we're trying to figure out during the show, and I know there's a lot of men that have problems, but you got to understand, dude, every philosophy in here is based on having problems with women. It's not based on here's how you get. I don't give advice on how to pick up girls. I ain't know how to pick up girls. I know how to stay happy.
Boom. Boom. That's one of my favorite things he ever said. I don't know how to get girls. I know how to be happy. And when I look at relationships and I look at life and the issues that men have with women, it's so clear to me that if they just simply prioritize their own happiness, they wouldn't be dealing with these issues. Everybody has a right to prioritize their own happiness. Unless you're talking about your children that you're obligated to take care of, that's probably the only time where you should ever put your own happiness and well-being to the side. And even then, the process of taking care of them should make up for that. Any other thing, I think that you should always prioritize your own happiness. And I think that when you understand what makes you happy and you prioritize that, and I would throw the word respect in there too. I think respect is another big thing. When you prioritize those things, I think dealing with women becomes a lot easier. Because a lot of the issues that I've seen stem from men accepting less happiness in their lives and more struggle, more negativity, more toxicity, and tolerating more disrespect. And when you don't tolerate disrespect and you prioritize your happiness, you know when a woman has crossed the line with you and when you need to check her or walk away from a relationship.
I know that my girl's tears mean my smiles. That's what I know. My bitch the other day got a nice cry. You know what I mean? Got a nice cry because she came out. We was watching Curb Your Enthusiasm, and I go. She goes, "Wow, his wife really rides with him. His wife really backs him." And I go, and she goes, "Oh yeah, I back you like that too." I said, "Yeah, you do, sweetie." And then I said, "But you know that nigga got $500 million, so it's kind of easy to back a motherfucker with $500 million." Is that why you think I back you? So the whole world kind of imploded, where now she's the one answer bitch. Hey, that was funny, right? Yeah. I go, okay, in my head, fuck you, bitch. Now I'm in me zone. And I let her know she could never hate me more than I hate her. Her hatred is moment to moment like a fish. Mine is real and it'll stay. And it's not vindictive or spiteful. It's just like, fuck you, bitch. Yeah. Let me get into me zone so I don't have to be one of these guys that say a thing like, every time we try to have fun, you... Why would I...
You know what's interesting? Is that I've dealt with similar situations with my own mom. I've dealt with similar situations with my where something seemingly insignificant would happen And then I could tell she took it way more personally than I did. And I reacted the exact same way as him, where it's like, oh, you got an issue? Let me back up. I'm in me zone. Like, I remember there was this time when my car battery in the truck had went dead. And so I was like, Mom, why don't we what's the thing you do when you get the you give it a jump. I was like, Mom, why don't you get your car and we give my battery a jump? And then she was like, nah, I'm busy, I'm going to work. So I was like, cool. So she got home from work the next day, right? And then I'm like, okay, Mom, are we going to give my battery a jump today? And then she was like, nah, I'm tired, we're not gonna do it. And again, I'm like, cool, because I get you just got off work, so you don't want to do it today, fine. And so I'm moving forward with the knowledge that we're not doing it today. Keep this in mind now. I go to sleep, and I'm in the middle of sleep now. All of a sudden, she want to get up and do it. And I'm like, no, you said we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. She was in her fucking feelings about that. She was upset because I didn't get up and break my fucking sleep because all of a sudden she wanted to do what she said we weren't going to do today. And to me, not a big deal. It's just some dumb shit. This is just where she was in the wrong, but I'm not taking it personally. She took it personally. And I knew it's the exact same shit that he described with his girl, where you can tell that they in that stank attitude mode. I'm not gonna negotiate. I'm backing up. I'm in me. I went straight to me zone. You don't want to talk to me? I ain't talking to you. And that's exactly what it was. But I've dealt with the same shit with my own mom, man. It's crazy. I love my mom to death, but I think as I've gotten older, I've realized in different ways that she has a lot of the same tendencies as women that, I've heard about in toxic relationships. It's just that I know how to deal with my mom. Again, we have a good relationship. It's just that female nature is what it is. Your mom got the same shit. Your sisters, your nieces. And he also talks about like his girl being emotional, how it's moment to moment like a fish. And as a man, as you mature, one thing that comes with that is having control over your emotions. And so you don't if you've matured enough, because some guys are emotional like women, let's be real. But if you're mature enough, you know how to control it. Like I remember one time I was with my niece, and she was upset because there was something she wanted from the store real bad, and she couldn't get it. And it killed her mood. I mean, she was just like distraught, emotional. And I'm watching it as a mature, stoic, adult male, kind of seeing like, man, she's really emotional over this bullshit. And, trying to get her to calm down and see the bigger picture. But, when I look at myself, I've dealt with similar situations where I wanted something bad and couldn't get it. And I was upset, but I didn't allow it to put me in an emotional tailspin. And, this is why, again, as a man, you have to understand yourself, and you got to be rooted in who you are and what you stand for. You can't allow somebody else's lack of control over their emotions to get in the way of you doing what you need to do or disrupting your happiness.
I do that when I know that's what they do. They don't know how to have fun. She's miserable. So I watched Curb Your Enthusiasm by myself, and then she went to take a shower. Then she comes out and she's like, when you coming to bed, what you doing? We did this thing like, what you doing? Right? Hey, what's going on? Why are you acting so stink? And I said, bitch, are you trying to get me to be phony with you? Huh?
But you see what happens where one moment she seemed to be legitimately upset about this little comment that he made. The next moment, she's in a good mood and trying to sort of bridge the gap that formed between them because of this little incident. It's exactly like he said. Their feelings are moment to moment. That's why you can't get wrapped up in that shit. they'll be so upset one moment, and if you allow yourself to get drawn into that energy and believe in it and adjust your behaviors accordingly, you're going to get thrown out of your own center. And then that's going to cause a relationship full of chaos and drama.
You think we're going to move on? Because you ready to fucking move on because you went from moment to moment and now you're happy, bitch?
The shower brought her to her senses is what happened.
Now,
the water hit her.
I didn't curse her out. I just had to talk Hannibal Lecter, treat the bitch like multiple Migs, if you ever seen that show. That is talk this bitch till she die. And because most of the time, she's going to do something to mess up the good time. Not me. I don't go, why'd you say that? I don't want. She does it. So I tell her why, and then she goes, well, what's the point then? Implying, why are you even with me? I said, look, I didn't say that. But
that's another good point. Who is the instigator in these situations? Who's the one injecting negativity into these situations? Is it you or your girl? That's the important. Who is the first one who brings the mood down with negativity, with these negative emotions?
But if you try to think for me, we'll be broke up. So you go ahead and think for me. You think, what are we doing this for? You think for me, go ahead. See if this relationship lasts. I think for this relationship. You emotionalize through it. If I emotionalize through the relationship, then where the fuck we gonna be? I'd rather you be crying because you get what you did that was dumb than I be miserable. Like guys do out there. Because they think that's what their existence has to be. And women will come at you with the gay thing. Look, my girl tries to say my friends are gay. Because when...
You know what's funny? My friend's girl, who is crazy as fuck, does the same shit. She calls him gay, calls me gay. Now, you guys know I like trainings and shit, so she ain't exactly... she ain't completely missed the mark. But still, this is a common thing that girls do, right? They'll try to insult, and really the gay thing is to insult your masculinity. They're trying to hit you where it hurts, because a lot of guys are sensitive about their sexuality and shit like that. Again, though, just petty shit. And, you know, I hate to say it. I really hate to say it, because I don't like to generalize too much. But, you know, oftentimes it's understood that women tend to be the more emotional of the two genders. And oftentimes, too, we say that men should lead in their relationship. Men should be leaders and whatnot. But why is that? I think a lot of times now we've forgotten why men were expected to lead the way, why men were expected to be the authority figure in a relationship. But I think this is a good example why. Because on one hand, you have Patrice, a stoic, mature man in control of his emotions. And you have his girl who has these moment-to-moment outbursts. I'm sad, then I'm happy, then I'm depressed, and then I'm angry, and then I'm overjoyed. Now I'm manic, and now I'm right. And so it's like, how do you allow somebody like that to lead the way in the relationship? And again, I think it just goes back to maybe we've just forgotten why. We just say a man should lead, but we don't think why. And I think this is a good example why. This is a good example of why it's better for a man who's mature and in control of his emotions to lead the way, because then, you know, he's not going to allow his emotions to allow him to make bad decisions.
And she tries to always introduce, I don't know what the bitch is doing. She always tries to, like, be the bitch that informs me of something. Like, she goes, did you hear it was an earthquake in China? And I go, yeah, but I don't want to talk to you about it. So my boy called, you called, somebody else called, and I'm like, he goes, yo, you hear about China? And I go, hold on, let me go make some tea so we can discuss China for hours and hours. Well, I fucking said China. I said, well.
But see, and that's where the gay thing comes from a lot too. Because it's meant to shame you from hanging out with your homies. It's meant to shame you from hanging out with your friends. Y'all just gay then, because y'all like being around each other. Just having guy friends, boom, you're gay. So there's a reason for a lot of the petty shit that girls do. Because I know when I look at my friend and his girl, I mean, whenever he comes over here, she's blowing his phone. I mean, she's doing And he falls for it every time. He's so deep. He's so deep in the. I mean, he's in the quicksand of a toxic relationship. It ain't no hope for him. But I mean, she'll just call relentlessly to get him back in her orbit. Women hate that shit, especially toxic women. They hate a nigga with friends. They hate a nigga with friends. That's where a lot of those gay accusations come from. Oh, y'all just gay. That's why y'all hang out together.
Your China shit is boring. Talk to your friends about China, bitch, not me. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Well, you're probably gay. Yeah, probably so. Yeah.
Probably.
I just don't want to talk to you, bitch. But that's from here. Why the fuck are women always, instead of trying to understand that we're not crazy, we're just acting a certain way that you have to understand. Like, we have to understand that you have to have children, and the pain. I don't have kids. Why should I give a fuck about that? But I do, because it's visual. You have a period, that shit fucks you up, makes you hormonal, makes you emotional. And I have to understand that. There's things that go on with guys that women don't give a fuck because we don't bleed with our bullshit. Like half the time, man cheats. You think motherfuckers want to cheat? I want to see my girl and go, you're the last bitch I'll ever kiss. Not even that. You're the last girl I ever want to kiss.
Right.
But that's not the fucking case.
Right, exactly. Because it's biology.
They don't understand that, and they don't give a fuck about that. So I gotta make her understand shit. And she's like a fish. Tuesday, she loves me. Thursday, I'm the worst motherfucker ever. Saturday, she goes, oh my God, where would I be without you? Sunday, you back in the day, you used to fold the blankets. Like, why would I pay attention to her?
Why would I pay attention to her? Yeah, I mean, I've never been in a relationship. I've never been in close proximity to somebody with that range of extreme emotions. A lot of what I've seen have been just watching other people's relationships. And of course, again, just my mom and I pretty much grew up around women, grandmas, aunties, and mamas, and nieces and shit like that. And so that's where I see, like how they just tend to be all over the place emotionally. And then when I look at my relationships with my friends, we're just like, there's an incredible level of just consistency. And it's not that we always get along, because I've had to cut off dudes too. I've had to cut off male friends as well. But when I look at my relationships with my guy friend, one thing that I can always say is that there's just this consistency. Every now and then there'll be friction. There'll be a serious disagreement or whatnot. But there's just this level of it's not like a weekly. Like throughout the week, I'm like, what am I going to get? When there is a problem, when there is an issue, it really is a surprise. It really comes by surprise, and it tends to come out of nowhere.
I've been fucking with my chick for about a year, and fucking shit just has,
and fucking
picked up a new job driving truck and shit.
Right.
And fucking my chick just fucking tripped out on me. She's just fucking totally fucking backing out, dude.
On what level?
I don't know what the fuck to do.
She's tripping out on what level is she tripping out?
She's fucking going into all this shit about marriage and fucking all that shit. And I'm just fucking chilling where I'm at, but
So basically what you're saying, let's try to figure this out. You're saying that this is classic, is you're happy in this situation that you're in with this girl. You're happy at the level it's moving. She's kind of your girlfriend. You consider your girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay, so she's like, you've given that girlfriend title. You've probably been with her long enough for her to feel comfortable enough to put pressure on you to get married.
This is how guys fall into the trap, too. I like how Patrice said it. You're happy, basically, right? The relationship in its current state has the man in a happy state of mind. He's cool with how things are. That's not to say that he wouldn't like to marry her in the future or take whatever. Who knows what he would want in it. But right now he's good. He doesn't. Obviously, he doesn't really want to get married right now. That's the issue. And this is how guys fall into the trap. You're happy, and then the girl starts putting pressure on you to start investing more. And this is where that emotional aspect of it comes, like that female emotion aspect comes into it. Because I think that when you don't give in, when you don't relent, you're going to start seeing her get emotional about it. And if you don't understand exactly what Patrice has been trying to break down this entire time about how their emotions are moment to moment, you're not going to survive that. You're not going to endure that storm of emotion and recognize it for what it is. You're going to give into it and then compromise your happiness in order to satisfy what could potentially be just a temporary emotion for her. But then you also got to look at it like this. Some girls, they're never going to be satisfied without a certain level of investment either. It's not always based on them just being emotional. Sometimes it's based on their logic of having a long-term plan for their relationship. So I'm not saying like it's always a trap or a bad thing when girls start planning for the future and wanting more investment out of the guy. But I think you got to be careful as the man as far as rushing into it, because you might be buying into her just feeling emotional in that moment about you guys needing to take the next step. Maybe she just went to her friend's wedding and now she's just flooded with romantic idealism and like Cupid just shot her in the ass and she's trying to rush towards having that for herself. And so that's why you got to be careful with this sort of thing.
But you got to understand, this is not her fault. See, there's a lot of things you have to understand, fellas out there, is that what women do when they do these things, when they pressure you to marry them and they pressure you to do what they do, it's not their fault. That's what the fuck they do. So you have to dismiss what she wants. Dismiss that whole thing. She wants to get married because that's what she wants to do anyway. But that's like them wanting to get married is like saying I want to eat or I want to fucking wake up and look at something. That's what that marriage thing is to them. What you have to do is reestablish your shit. Now, one thing you have to do is you have to be able to take a L. And a L in the hood means you have to be not afraid to take a loss to get your point across. So when she says and gives you that ultimatum, if you look like you're sweating and you're blinking and you're nervous about her leaving, she will take advantage of that. You understand? So when she says, we're going to get married, and you have to go, you know what, sweetie, and you don't get mad. See, that's the what? Yeah,
so he's saying that because right now the guy just doesn't want to get married. And a lot of guys relent in these situations. And like I said, it's the emotions that the women express. It puts you in that fear mode where you feel like if I don't give in, I'm gonna lose her. And it all goes back to that fear. But Patrice is realistic about this. He lets you know, like, you gotta be willing to take an L. If you say no, I don't want to get married right now, she might leave you. She might really it's not a trick. It's not a scheme. And I think AMS has said this a lot too. Don't do shit like this as a game. It's not a game. It's got to be real. You have to be real about protecting your happiness. It's not a game. It's not a facade. It's not a fucking tactic to keep your girl or control over her. Once you get to that point, it's no longer even about male-female relationship. It's about your happiness. And you got to be serious about protecting that and knowing yourself and knowing the trajectory you are on in life to where you understand right now marriage just isn't in the books for me. So it's not going to work. If you're looking for somebody that's going to provide you with that, you got to go find that because you're not going to get it here.
What we have over women is that we are not as emotional as them. We rationalize much more than they do. So if she's going, I want to get married. Here's what you do. Ask her why. You understand what I'm saying? And she'll go just like this. Because she never had to think of the second option. That's your job, is to give them a second option to think. Well, I want to get married. Why? Because why does she say she wants to get married?
It's just, I mean, she's a Mormon girl. I mean, I was raised that shit growing up, but I mean, fuck, that ain't my thing. I'm just a fucking redneck, beer-drinking, goofy son of a bitch.
Right, who has and she was down for that, like, how long ago when you first met? She's like, I'm a redneck and down for drinking too. Fucking, Ryan, I love you and I'll do anything you do, right? And now she's switching up a little bit, right?
No, man. She was brought up that fucking drinking was bad and all that shit. And, I mean, I was brought up that way, but, I mean, I came to the fucking point that, you know what? If I want to go have a fucking beer with my bros, I'm going to have a fucking beer. Yeah. I mean, she don't want to do nothing that, I mean, I fucking gave ample shit, took her to concerts that she wanted to see, went places. But the minute I fucking started talking about, you know, going out hunting or fucking camping, fishing,
right?
She just kind of got this fucking pissed off look like, well, what the fuck do you want me to do? Go with you?
Well, why do you think she wants to marry you, besides the fact that you're obviously very well spoken?
Oh, yeah.
That's just a religion, man. She's freaking 19. I mean, the Mormon religion, dude, they want to be married 19. By the time they're fucking 20 and popping kids.
Hold on. Ryan, how old are you?
I'm 25.
She's a 19-year-old and she wants to get
married. Don't get married till you're at least 35.
I'm gonna tell you what's going on there. I didn't even realize her age. She's living by the ABCs of life right now. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you've moved on. You might have thought something when you was 18, but you've moved on in your mind to 25. You understand? She's still at the age. She's still thinking that she needs to get married. You got to understand, fuck talking about her, Ryan. You have to change how you approach her, not how she approaches you. She's right on schedule. She's a goofy fucking right out of high school, or I don't know if she graduated. She's right out of 8th grade. Whatever. But you got to understand.
Man, not that young, bro.
She's doing what she's supposed to do. What she's supposed to do. You have to not get emotional with her. It has to not be stop having negotiations with her. Stop trying to give her things to make her happy so that she lets you go out to fucking hunt and lets you go out to drink. You have to say, look, sweetie.
Yeah, and you heard what he said earlier about how he does certain things for her, takes her to concerts and whatnot, but when he wants to do something for himself, she has attitude. I believe that's something that you have to nip in the bud early. You gotta nip that up real quick. Don't. I would never put myself in that situation where me doing what the fuck I want to do is gonna cause stank attitude and why you gotta do. That's. But see, this is why I say, guys navigating these issues in relationships goes back to simple, very simple, basic things: happiness and respect. For somebody to try to get in the way of you doing what you want to do in terms of your hobbies and the way you live your life, that's unacceptable. That's just absolutely unacceptable. You need to find somebody that is going to understand that you need that space, that you need that freedom to do certain things, and that you can give them that freedom as well. So there has to be an understanding. But again, it goes back also to the emotions of a woman. And when I look at the scenario, because you hear about this a lot, where a guy wants to go do something with his friends and the girl gets attitude. When you relent to how she feels about you doing what you want to do, it creates a pattern. It creates an understanding. And she knows that she can control you by throwing an attitude about you doing what you want to do. And then you begin to kind of submit to those wishes. But if you stand up and establish that, hey, I'm doing this, I don't want no lip, she either got to accept it or you guys just are not going to work out. And what prevents guys from doing this, I think, is it's that fear of loss. Because once you stand up for yourself, there's no guarantee that she's going to go along with it. You know, you might really leave her. And so I think that's one of the things that keeps guys in these types of situations. It's crazy, but when you look at how hard guys tend to work to even get the girl, once you're there, you know, you don't want to lose it over wanting to go hunting, but these things tend to kill you slowly over time. It's a slow death.
This is how it is. And you have to be ready for her to walk out of your life, Ryan. That is, you ever see that movie Heat? Don't get involved with something you can't walk out in less than 30 seconds. Make her, pressure her to make a decision. Because one thing women need from you that if you don't give them, they fucking flap around like a fish out of water, is emotions. If she goes, I gotta get married and I don't want you to go hunting, and you go, oh sweetie, we're not gonna get married for a while, I don't know when, and I'm going hunting right now, I'll see you later.
Yeah.
You don't have to be here if you don't want. Kiss her on the cheek and be really cold, because now her emotions have to eat on themselves. You understand what I'm saying? So let her emotion eat her own soul up and have you just, then she'll think of another.
And you know, the funny thing is, oftentimes the red pill gets labeled as being misogynistic and toxic and all these things. But listen to what he's saying. He's not saying yell with her, beat the bitch up, drag her. It's the power that men have, and this must be understood, is your ability and willingness to walk away. That is your power. The red pill it's never been about beating women, hurting women, abusing. It's always been about just understanding who you are, what makes you happy, demanding respect, and just sticking to that. And his whole, I can't even say, it's not a strategy. It's just his reality. I'm going to do what I need to do to be happy. If that's not compatible with who you are and what you want, you're free to leave. The door is open. The door, and that's the funny thing about it. The red pill is so toxic. It's so misogynist. It's so manipulative, but the door is wide open. She can just go. That's the key, man.
Another option, because basically, she's not walking out your life unless you're crushed. Women don't leave unless you're fucking completely
they
fucking
matter. They have to matter.
Exactly.
They never walk out if you're indifferent on the couch.
Never. If you go, goodbye, nice talking to you, I love you, but you know you have to live your life, that bitch will not, she won't take a step.
And she's
Trust
19.
Me. Trust me.
She don't even have the tools.
Yeah, but she's Mormon about it.
Thanks, Ryan, man. Just try that. Just make sure that you put the pressure on her to make her own decisions. Don't let her make you be an asshole so that she can be comfortable enough to hate you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Don't let her force you to hit her or something, and now she can hate you and tell all her friends you're a wife beater and this, that, and the other.
Exactly. That sort of aggressive negative energy is exactly what they want. Especially when you're dealing with a woman that's straight evil level toxic. And because all you're doing is feeding those flames. That's exactly what they want. It's crazy, man, because I don't want to lump all women together in terms of like this particular thing. But I just noticed, again, when I look at the toxic relationships that I've seen, I feel like women have this thing where they want your soul. They want a man's soul. And what happens is, for example, when they get emotional and they do things to upset you, and then you get taken out of center and you act aggressively towards them, and let's say, God forbid, you hit them or you whatever, that's ammunition for them to use against you. They're always going to spread and use that. It don't matter what they did. It don't matter what happened. Once you cross that line, you've given them ammunition to use against you. And that's what I mean when I say they want your soul. They don't want, the worst thing you can do to them is to leave unscathed and unbothered. They need you bothered, but even more so, they need something that they can use to continuously hurt you with. And when you hit them, now they can put that on. Oh, he's a wife beater. He hit me, and that sticks with you. Look at what Chris Brown had to deal with the whole issue between him and Rihanna. Now I forgot the specifics, but I know one thing I do remember is that Rihanna played a role in escalating things towards what happened. I'm not justifying what Chris Brown did. He should have never laid one hand on her. But from what I remember about the story, she was basically acting in line with a lot of what we talk about in terms of like emotional, toxic, bipolar. She was doing a lot of those types of things that was escalating towards that point. Chris Brown fucked up by being too much in his emotions, and he acted violently towards her. What did she do? Took pictures. First, went to the hospital, took pictures, put it out there, boom. Now later on, they were seen hanging out like years later, to kicking it at a basketball game. They reconciled and all that. But look at the damage it did to Chris Brown's career after he attacked Rihanna, after he hit. And I mean, I can't even say after he beat the fuck after he beat the fuck out of Rihanna. Look at the I mean, dude, I'll never forget it. If you remember that period of his career, the level of damage control he had to do, oh my God. I can't imagine the mental turmoil he had to go through just trying to repair his career. He overcame, but that is what I mean when I say they want your soul. That night, she got Chris Brown's soul. When he beat the fuck out of her, when he lost his cool, when he lost control and beat her ass, he handed his soul right to her. He had to go through so much shit just to get himself back centered. That's exactly what they want, man. You cannot allow yourself to play into that game. You can't do it, man.
Brian, what's going on, man?
Hey, man, I got this problem. I call it the curse. I got, like, a lot of things going on. Good job on my home. Great dad to my kids. You know, got a lot of stuff happening for me. But for some reason, I get hooked up with these chicks, and they all end up leaving me for, like, an ex-boyfriend who's like...
You want to know why? I'll tell you why right now.
But guys with no job or nothing.
Because bums treat women like bums. And for real, bum guys bring women down to that level where they feel like they're above the girl. You put women on pedestals. I can hear your fucking mouth right now. You don't have to treat them like shit, but you have to be a certain way where they think you're better than them. Women do not respond to 50-50 or they run the relationship. It has to be at least 60-40 on your side. It has to trickle down from you. You gotta learn how to be an asshole. I'm serious. That's why they leave.
You know, that's why I don't like the whole concept of 50-50. Because I think that when you look at relationship and sexual dynamics between men and women, you know, we understand how the physical part works. We understand that part of the reason why a woman wants a man that's tall is that it sends a signal to her brain, to her female instincts, that this guy is strong, he's big, he could toss me around, he can protect me. There's a lot of information being exchanged when a woman sees a guy that's big and muscular and things like that. But I think one thing that we have to also keep in mind is that you need to also be bigger in terms of how much power you have in the relationship. I think a woman understanding that you run and literally have the power in their relationship is just as important as you being that physical, tall, strong. Like, I remember I was in the gym this morning. I saw a guy and a girl together at the gym. And it was this big white guy. He had to be like 6 feet tall, and this little petite white girl, and it was cute watching them. They were working out together, and so they were doing like the Smith like bench press machine together, and it's like the girl would get up there, and the guy would put on like 15 pounds on each side and help her out, and then he would get up there, just 3 plates, right? 3 plates. Oh man, on each side they just woo. But looking at them, you see like that power level gap. That it was. I mean, she was like tiny. He was big. She was barely lifting goddamn 35, 40 pounds, whatever, and he was lifting up probably like damn near 300. You saw that gap of power clearly with them, and I think that it's necessary for a power gap to be prevalent in just about every aspect of the relationship if you want a woman to really respect you.
Because you ask any woman in the world who their favorite boyfriend was ever in their life, and she'll tell you he was a fucking asshole.
The problem is not every guy can do that.
Nope.
That's a real problem. You
and
can't
I don't
change
mean
your
asshole.
basic nature.
Wait a minute,
No,
Jeffrey.
yeah.
And I don't mean asshole like fuck you, bitch. Da da da. I mean asshole like this fucking asshole. You could be a smooth asshole.
Yeah.
I happen to not be a smooth asshole. I think Jeffrey is a smooth asshole. Dante's a smooth asshole. But that's why a lot of women, Jeffrey has been their favorite, or Dante's been their favorite. You understand?
Yeah, so he's talking about the whole asshole thing, and somebody else made a good point. Everybody can't be a quote unquote asshole, but Patrice is making a point now that assholes come in different flavors. Patrice is an aggressive asshole with no feel. Like he's a true asshole in every sense of the word. But you can be a smooth asshole. And see, I think part of the problem is the word asshole in of itself. It is kind of creates the wrong image of what he's really saying here. And it's that a woman could perceive you to be an asshole even when you're not really being an asshole. Like what we were talking about earlier with the guy talking about wanting to go hunting and then the girl getting an issue with that. And Patrice said, look, man, just say, look, I'm going hunting calmly. And look, remember, he didn't say hit her. Yeah. He said calmly let her know, look, I'm going hunting. Bye, sweetie. Now, that's not being an asshole, but she's going to perceive him as being an asshole because he stood up for himself and did what he wanted to do. So having that asshole demeanor doesn't mean that you're literally being disrespectful, aggressive, mean-spirited type of guy. You being designated as an asshole could be you just simply standing up for yourself, which is okay, and doing what you and that's what needs to be understood. Instead of saying you need to be an asshole, really it's more so that you need to stand up for yourself. But you'll be perceived as being an asshole because in the mind of the woman, she's not in the wrong. I'm not wrong for not wanting you to do what you want to do. But since you did it anyway, I perceive you as being an asshole. That's how it works.
Where you have a chick in your life for 10 years. And you be like, damn, she's just been hanging around for 10 fucking years. I've been going with this girl for 10. Go ahead, sweet. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say this. I think you have a very realistic view. I mean, I'm not going to deny that. I think in a lot of ways for a lot of women and some men who think in those same contexts that you do, which is very general. Like a lot of people do think that way. I think it is true. But I think at the same time, with that said, like, there's something that's unattractive when a man puts forth that he needs a woman indefinitely, and I think that's unattractive for anyone. Like, I need you. Like, I want you to want me, and I want your love.
Now, what she's saying
is, I want a guy that don't want me.
Exactly. What she said.
That's
it's funny. She's gonna try to not let them control the narrative like the way they are. But it's funny because there's a video that came out recently that's been kind of making the rounds by I think the girl's name is Ruby Rose, and she basically said exactly what he was just saying. I don't like it when a guy like me. It's like, it's cool at first, but then once they start showing that they really like me and they start chasing me, I lose interest. And so I don't know why the fuck this is, but it does seem to be the case sometimes, is that girls, it's like, it's kind of weird. On one hand, women do want to be pursued. They want to be pursued, but I think that that's more so like the early stages of their relationship. They would rather the guy take those early risks and make the first approach and initiate and kind of, you know, work on getting them to open their legs. Let's just be real. But at some point, the dynamic needs to change to where, and I hate to say it like this, but you got her hooked. You know, you got your hooks in her, and now the roles are reversed and she's the one chasing you. AMS, Alpha Male Strategies, he always calls it keep a girl chasing your validation, basically. And that's essentially what they're describing here, is that creating a situation or a dynamic with a girl chasing your validation. But again, it can't be fake. You know, it's not something you should really do with like, oh, I'm manipulating this bitch. This is something that you can do naturally. Again, I believe just by standing up for yourself, knowing who you are and living your life. And so this is one thing a moment that always stands out to me, right? I remember after my friend, he had a girlfriend years back. And at this point, he was still serious about rapping somewhat, but he was, you know, becoming more and more pussy whipped as time went on. But he came over one night, and this was, I guess I got it. But this was the night we were recording a song, right? And I already had the hook. I was just writing my own verse. He came over. I said, yo, why don't you give him this song? He was like, yeah. So, you know, we vibing, and he about to go ahead and start recording this shit. His girl called, and then he's like, yo, I got to go, boom. And I went ahead and just finished the song by myself. I did manage to get him to do a verse like later, but you know, it is what it is. But point is, if he, in that situation, he lost sight of who he was and what he wanted to do with himself. He prioritized, and again, just like they said earlier, don't put women on a pedestal. He had his girl on a pedestal and prioritized her over doing what he wanted to do. Or at least what he should have done if he was taking it serious, if he was being serious about being an artist. And so the point is, if he had done what he wanted to do and stayed that night and said, hey, look, I get it. You want something, but I'm busy. I'm rapping tonight. We working on the song. I'll catch you later. No fakeness. There's no manipulation. She's in a situation where she now has to chase his validation. Man, there was a lot of no manipulation. She's in a situation where she got to chase his validation. Oh, God. I didn't even mean to do that. I had a pimp moment. But, again, there would have been nothing fake about it. No manipulation. There's no games. I make music. This is what I do. I'm in the studio. I'll see you later, honey. Love you. Click. Turn the phone off. Now she's tripped. Oh my God. He an asshole. That's where it comes from. He's an asshole just from doing what he wants to do. Where he's chasing his dreams, pursuing his goals, whatever you want to call it. He's on his purpose, as AMS would say. And so naturally, organically, you've created a scenario where the woman is chasing your validation. It's beautiful.
What she said in goofy girl talk. No offense, beautiful. I love you. What she said in that way. But I'm trying to talk man way, because what you just said, he's not going to understand. He's not going to understand that. What she's saying is,
going to translate it.
Women are after. Here's what women do. They come after a man, and they want him. They want to see. They say, "Oh, this dude is cool as a motherfucker. This dude got a house." They look for things that they can innately, not maliciously, bring down. Like they go, "I want to just make this motherfucker less sexy." You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. If you stay, I'm telling you, what she's saying is when the woman gets you to go, I love you too, Booby Bear, she goes, thank God I got this faggot now.
Oh no! See,
thank goodness. But it's not malicious.
It's human nature.
It's not malicious.
It's very similar to how men lose interest after the conquest.
I think when you.
And you know, a good example of this is just like in that earlier story, right? Where the guy was talking about wanting to drink and go hunting and stuff like that. Now, I bet you when his girl met him, she saw him doing it. And see, this is what gets guys fucked up. You gotta always remember this. The same shit a girl tries to get you to stop doing or pull you away from, it's the same shit you were doing when she first fell for you. And you gotta always keep that in mind. That guy, his girl fell for the hunting, beer drinking redneck motherfucker. But over time, wanted to strip those things away from him. Just like now, I was just talking about my friend in the whole studio situation. When she first met him, he was a free rapping, just living his life young motherfucker. And then that's what she fell for. And over time, she stripped those things away from him. And so it does seem to be some truth in what Patrice is saying here, where it seems like women have this instinct to where they want to try to tear you down from that masculine pedestal that made them attracted to you in the first place. I don't know what it is. Again, is it conscious? Is it subconscious? Patrice always says it's not their fault. It's just instinct. Whatever the case may be, it's just something that women tend to do. But what's fascinating about it is that, again, the same things that they try to stop you from doing, that they want to pull you away from, they saw that when they fell for you. And it's like they don't even understand. Maybe they don't get it. Maybe they don't understand. It's like the same things you want him to stop, the changes you want him to make are going to turn him into somebody that you're not even attracted to anymore. I'll save that for another video.
When you get that higher level of consciousness, you move beyond that superficial, like, oh, if he says that, then I won't like him. Like, I only want what I can't have. All that childish, immature stuff. I'm talking about when someone loves me, I want them to love me and want me, not because they need me, because that means they have need.
But here's Patrice, what you're really trying to espouse is like all relationships are somewhat toxic, where a man has to behave in a negative manner in order
Didn't say that.
Well, no, asshole.
That's a negative connotation.
Yes,
but
it is a negative connotation.
When I mean asshole, is that you have this thing. I'm trying to talk it in plain terms. You understand?
What he's saying
Where
is
it's
I don't
like
need you.
You have this thing like this motherfucker is just. You're not sure how much I don't give a shit about.
See what he said. That it's. I'm saying asshole, but it's you. Just like I explained it earlier. It's not that I'm an asshole. It's you perceiving me as an asshole because I'm standing up to you. I'm an asshole because I stand up to you. It's kind of like when the nerdy kid finally stands up to the bully. Now he looks like Mr. School Shooter, even though he's just doing what he's supposed to do.
Whether I do or not, you just like this motherfucker don't give a fuck.
Oh, so that you're saying that attracts a woman more?
Absolutely.
I get it.
Especially the more attractive the woman, because she's so used to.
Okay, let's go to the next one.
Let's go to Turtle from Whackbag. Turtle.
Hey, guys. Listen, Patrice, you're absolutely right. I've been jumping through hoops ever since I met my wife, trying to get the pussy, and once you got it, they put up more hoops for you to jump through. Mm-hmm. I got to go home and implement the Oneal standard in my home.
The Oneal standard,
because
wow.
She knows eventually you're going to figure out, if she doesn't constantly apply pressure, that you're going to figure out, holy shit. What? Like my man, he was nervous that his wife was going to leave him, and I go, let me ask you a question. Like, if we really sit down, if my woman left, your woman left, you go, what would you really miss about her? Exactly. Like, what would you miss? It's your own arrogance, our arrogance as men, because they're possessions, and if they leave, it's like, oh, it's like losing your favorite pencil, but it's like,
Pencil.
He's equating a relationship,
a loving relationship
of years
to losing maybe your favorite pencil.
Your favorite pencil.
It doesn't even sound like it's a number 2 pencil. No.
Where is that fucking pencil? But that's our arrogance. That's why we lose our minds when women live. Because when they leave us and things like that, because we're so fucking arrogant to think that we control them. I don't think I control my girl. I just let her know she can't control me, which is all she needs to do. That's it. She knows she cannot fuck around with me. That is not her job to make me miserable. It ain't her fucking job. No one says that she's supposed to make. Who the fuck? You know what? Who says I'm supposed to do anything for you, bitch? Open a door, pull a chair out. It's all desire. You better make me want to do that. Just like I gave the desire to want to, you want to fuck me. That we do, that they go, oh, I want you, I want to fuck you, and you go, we do our job. Make us want to spend time with you, as opposed to, rah!
All right, let's get back to.
I like what he says about not thinking you own women, and I think it goes back to ego. I said this before too, with the whole mime, right? When I did the old the simp or pimp video about iDubbbz marrying the girl who had an OnlyFans and whatnot, trying to explain the difference between like a simp mentality and a pimp mentality. And I think a lot of that weak-minded male mindset when it comes to girl in terms of like thinking, it goes back to thinking that you own them, wanting to own and control them. And like, again, when you listen to what Patrice is saying, the way the red pill gets labeled as being this and that, yet again, he proves that, no, I'm not trying to control women. I'm not going to allow a woman to control me. That's really what it comes down to. It's not about hurting someone else. It's about protecting yourself. But people get upset when they can't hurt you. People get upset when they can't control you. And then he's toxic, he's misogynistic, when all you're doing is really standing up for yourself. Okay, now let's continue. So let me pull up another clip here.
James in Tennessee, what's up, man?
What's up, man?
What's going on, Patrice, man? I love you.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, my problem is, man, my wife and I have switched roles. I mean, she's a nagger. I mean, she nags me to the point where I just give up, and she'll win every argument.
Never give up.
And I just go around feeling defeated all the time, and she's making all the decisions. And
have you ever played sports?
Oh yeah, I've wrestled and football.
Wrestled and football, beautiful wrestling, contact, right?
Yes, sir.
What was your mentality when you went out to wrestle a dude?
Did you ever play give up?
What was your mentality when you went out to have a wrestling match?
Oh, you just want to dominate your opponent.
Well, what's the fucking difference here? See, women confuse us with this thing where they make us feel like what we are ain't shit. We're competitive. You got to go. Women only have, look, Carlotta's a rough customer, but I got 45 more levels than her because I'm not going to win. So and women, they're competitive too, but eventually what they do is they want to be second. This is your fault, nigga. Your wife is controlling you because you innately are letting her. What's the worst thing that's going to happen? Let's say she leave you. What are you really going to miss?
Nothing.
That's what I'm talking about, nigga.
That's not true. You will miss something.
I mean, how long have you been married?
Don't let him soup you up and let you.
You
do
hear
something.
this? That's your wife talking.
No, but I understand. He can get you to make a mad decision. Like he doesn't know your wife.
Listen
She's
to
a
her.
person.
This sounds like your wife, doesn't it?
She's not a vagina walking around.
This sounds like your wife, doesn't it? Doesn't it?
There's things about her that you love.
This sounds like your wife, doesn't it?
She gets away with stuff and says stuff to me that ought to beat a man's ass for. You know what I mean?
And that's what another fucking. Thank you for saying that, James. That's another thing you don't respect, and that's where a lot of the resentment comes. I'm a man. I can throw you through a window, and I don't.
But how do you? But there's some women who can beat some men.
There are laws.
Ready? Hold on.
Ready?
Okay. Time out. Let me say this. There are some women that can beat me. I bet you can beat me in a race. I bet you could. I bet you could. But you couldn't beat a guy who runs in a race. You understand? The best man.
So the guy was talking about how his wife is nagging him to death, and Patrice is responding by letting him know, these are things that you're pretty much allowing. And this, it goes back to the boundaries and the rules that you establish in the early parts of a relationship. It's kind of like what I've heard people say about coaching in the NBA in terms of like bad habits that a team might have. They say that the coach either coaches it or he allows it, which means you're either teaching them bad habits or you're allowing them to do certain things. Like recently in the NBA with the Memphis Grizzlies, they've developed this reputation as kind of a rough thug type team. And people have been criticizing the organization because they've been pretty much allowing some of these things to go on because it helped with like the image and the notoriety of the team. And so the way this connects to relationships is that oftentimes what happens is men allow bad behavior to persist, and then it becomes expected. It becomes the norm. You have to make sure that you shut shit like that down as soon as you see it. If you don't want to be in a relationship where a woman is going to be nagging you to death, then when she's doing that, you have to check her and let her know that the relationship is not going to work if she's going to continue to show it to express that sort of behavior. Now, the woman that chimed in the conversation along with Patrice, because when the question was asked, I think Patrice asked the guy, if you left your girl or if she left you, what would you miss? And the guy kind of hesitantly said nothing. And I think the girl correctly noted that, come on now, like there are aspects to your wife that you like. That's why you're with her. The problem is that you've allowed these negative things to build up, and now you're not as happy in a relationship as you really should be. And definitely, I agree with Patrice when it comes to being willing to step away and walk away from a relationship when it's no longer fun, if you will. But the problem is what happens with a lot of guys is, like I said, these bad behaviors are allowed to persist throughout their relationship. And by the time you realize that you're unhappy, I'm not going to say it's too late, but it's hard for you to separate from that person, not just because of the investments that you've made. Maybe you've married her, maybe you have kids, but you've also grown fond of their good qualities. But one thing I will say is this. When the guy says that his girl says things to him that he would beat another man's ass for, this is what I'm saying when I talk about respect and why respect is key. The problem with a lot of guys is that they don't demand respect from their girl. It's guys out there, they will beat a man's ass. They will fight a man for disrespecting them, but they won't check their woman for disrespecting them. How does that even make sense? You would risk your life to defend your honor and your respect by engaging in the physical combat with another man, but you won't even do the simplest act of checking your girl when she disrespects you. And I think it's similar to the issue that I've heard of people having with dogs, right? When you have a dog, you're supposed to train them and sort of steer them away from negative behaviors, right? One issue with dog owners, in particular with dog owners who own small, like pet dogs, is that they have a tendency to allow bad behaviors because the dog is small. Like things like the dog jumping on people, right? That's something that you're typically going to want to train a dog out of. But with small dogs, because them jumping on people isn't as big of a deal, the bad behavior is allowed a lot of times. And I think it's kind of similar to dealing with women in that I think as men, we have a tendency to allow women to disrespect us and to express negative behaviors around us because we don't really see them as a serious threat. But again, maybe initially it doesn't seem like a big deal. And you know what's funny? It makes me think back to my friend when he was telling me about, the early parts of his relationship with his first girlfriend. And one story I remember he told me was when I think he was late showing up when he said he was going to do something with her. And she got an attitude and was yelling and whatnot. And the way he told the story, what stood out to me was that it seemed like he kind of got off on that. Like he got off on the fact that this girl was like stressed out about him being late. Like I'm not sure, but I always got that sense when he told that story was like he was kind of feeling himself about that. But that's exactly what I'm talking about. It starts off like just these little small things that maybe you even think is cute, but when you're neck deep in the relationship and these behaviors are a continuous regular thing, and you guys are living together and it's every day instead of every other week, then it can become much more annoying and problematic. But again, I think it just goes back to the fact that men need to demand respect, not just from their peers, not just from family and strangers and other men. You got to demand it from women as well.
Yo, what's up, baby?
What up, man? How you doing? Are you listening to this bullshit?
Baby, I'm listening to it, baby. But I think it boils down to that, it's just the way men
I like
were
this guy.
created, man. We were always meant to be the head. The woman was always meant to be the weaker vessel.
Oh, I like that. You are a vessel, a boat. You are a weak boat.
A boat with a hole in it.
You are a weak-ass boat. That's what bitches are now, weak boats.
Listen what I'm saying, baby. That you got to understand that it's a spiritual thing, that the woman made a deal. I don't want to demean it, but the woman made a deal with the devil to compass the man. Be it black, white man, whatever man. See, this society pushes the woman above the man. So not only do we have to fight society, we got to fight our women. There's a lot of things that we have to do to made a deal with the devil to compass the man. Be it black, white man, whatever man. See, this society pushes the woman above the man.
And then this society pushes the woman above the man. I'm not exactly sure how accurate this is because I've heard conflicting stories about this particular document, but apparently there was a slave document that was like a blueprint for how to organize and control your slaves. And part of that blueprint was to put the woman above the man, to put the women above the men in the slave communities, so that the men wouldn't be able to act as the head of the household, because that would be potentially dangerous for the slave man. But I got to look more into it. But there's always been conflict about the validity of these documents. Some people say that it was just written up by some weirdo and started passing it around. I don't know. But when I look at the way our society is structured now, I can't help but feel like there's some truth to that in terms of it as the elite class. If you want to control the common folk, I could see how putting the woman above the man would help in that, because it puts men in a position where they don't have control over their own families. And when you look at what makes up a strong community, a strong society, it really comes down to beginning with strong individuals who create strong family units, which creates a strong neighborhood, community, society. That's how it flows. And when you put the woman ahead of the man, and I think when you look at just the whole phenomenon of single mothers and just how much of a disastrous failure these situations tend to be, especially for the children. Not always, but statistics prove that children raised by single mothers do much worse than children raised in two-parent households by a wide margin, you know. And I think, you know, the rise of single motherhood is kind of an example of putting the woman in front of the man in our society, where the government sort of acts as a surrogate husband or father by providing the woman with the necessities, but ultimately the woman is the man and the mother of the household. And you'll hear single mothers say this themselves, that I'm the father and the mama and the grandma, like that, and they'll say it proudly. But I think all it really does is kind of prove the point that this guy is making, is that women are kind of put in front of the man in our society. And I think also, I forgot the specifics of his article, but it was talking about how some group was investing like billions of dollars into like the education of black women, but black women specifically. It didn't say black people. It didn't say black men. It said black women. So when I see stuff like that, I can't help but think that there is some incentive, or there's some sort of move for putting the woman ahead of the man.
So not only do we have to fight society, we got to fight our women. There's a lot of things that we have to do to keep our sanity as being a man.
Let me ask you a question. Dwayne, let me ask you a question. How long you been listening to the show tonight?
I was listening to your show for about an hour and a half.
All right, let me ask you a question. Out of anybody in here, what style?
I know you're getting ready to get your props.
What style would you say you are most comfortable approaching women like? The Jeffrey, me, or Reggie?
Okay, well, my style, I'm straightforward like you. I'm not as abrasive.
Fuck, nigga. I'm even bad towards abrasive motherfuckers.
I mean, listen, I'm straightforward to the point. This is how I am. This is the way I am. This is the way I'm going to be. You either accept me for what I am or don't accept me at all. You know,
you either accept me for what I am or don't accept me at all. And, you know, it's kind of reminds me of when, you know, whenever I've had the conversation about, should you tell a girl that you're a virgin? And, you know, guys tend to disagree with me and question why I would tell a girl I'm a virgin, but it's pretty much what this guy is saying here. This is who I am. I think, and see, this is how it starts. This is how it starts. This is how guys end up in these fucked up relationships. It's that fear. It's that fear mindset where you're afraid to miss out on pussy. You don't tell girls you're a virgin because it's a fear thing. You're stepping into the relationship based on fear, based on anxiety, based on not being willing to take a loss. You're starting off on the wrong foot. And as a lot of people tend to say, how you start is how you finish. That's why it's so important for me to put shit like that out on the table, because I don't want to operate from a position of fear. This is who I am. If you can't accept it, fine, no hard feelings. But that's why for me it's important to not live in fear of turning a girl off or giving them an ick or whatever. It's gonna be what it's gonna be, because I think a lot of what makes relationships problematic for men is that fear mentality. I'm afraid to lose her, therefore I'm afraid to check her. I'm afraid to stand up for myself. I'm afraid to be myself.
It's the same thing, but you know, your other man that's next to you, he comes more conniving. You know what I'm saying? As far as I kick it, I'm going to be straight up, girl. And this is how I'm going to deal with it. It's either you can deal with a man that's going to be a man to the fullest, or you can't. I don't
Fair enough.
Me being a man to the fullest.
Look at all this anger. Do you think this anger This is anger. No, this is. There's nowhere.
There's a world full of angry men.
Nowhere for any dude to go call no place and hate a bitch no more. We don't like you. Hey, thanks for calling, Dwayne. Oh, hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish up.
Let me say this, baby. You have to understand something that's from the dawn of time. It's been taken from
Nigga, if you say one more Bible reference, motherfucker.
The dawn of time.
This is not Proverbs, nigga. Get to the point.
All right, yo. It's been, our manhood has been stripped from us.
That's right. Yes. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
Whoa. And we're back on women. They ain't been stripped away from us. And we ain't giving a fuck no more.
That's right. It's This is all right. Thanks for calling, Dwayne. Let me explain what this is right here. In case women think
it's frustration.
This women bashing. You don't understand. There's an underground fucking fury towards the fact that you are running shit, but you're not. You're running, like I said, tuna running the ocean.
Analogy.
It's toothless sharks who take their own teeth out and let tuna run the ocean, and then tuna be like, "Hey, girl, we running the ocean." Tuna. Wait a minute. Let me finish. And then it's like,
let them cook.
Once they start looking for, because the ecosystem's fucked up, because all the sharks have no teeth.
Tuna's supposed
wait
to
a minute,
run
wait a minute, dude.
shark.
Let me fucking finish this shit. The tuna are sitting around, once they run the ocean, now they're sitting around talking about, damn, ain't no good sharks out there. Where's the sharks to make this ocean what it's supposed to be? I don't even know how to be a fucking tuna fish unless sharks are being sharks. So y'all want to run the ocean and still be tuna. You can't do it. Now motherfuckers like this screaming, motherfuckers like me.
You want to run the ocean but still be tuna. And this makes me think back to the video that I just put out about who should pay on the first date. And the point that I was making is that the only reason we're having this conversation is because women, because of feminism and them straying from traditional gender roles, they put themselves in position to, as Patrice is saying in this analogy, to be sharks, to start running the ocean. But they still want to be tuna at the same time, which means I want to be able to make my own money, but I still want your money too. And that creates problems in our society. Like, just look at Ukraine right now, right? Now, I'm sure before this war popped off, there was probably rampant feminism. And again, I just want to say I'm not an anti-feminist. That's never been my game. But I bet you that in the Ukraine, there was probably a lot of feminism and all that, female empowerment. But the second the shit hit the fan, what happened? It was the men who were forced to stay and fight and the women who were allowed to leave. When shit gets real, the sharks gotta be sharks and the tuna gotta be tuna.
Screaming, it's because I look at them like the enemy. Because I'm trying to help motherfuckers be strategic and be happy. Because if I'm happy, everybody around me gonna be fucking happy. Everybody. If you're happy, if a woman's happy, it can't be like that. You bleed every month for no reason. You have babies. You sit down to pee. God made you miserable.
We can have multiple orgasms.
So what?
Yes.
But
wow.
you can't squirt in our face.
That's true.
Yes, they can.
Some of them can.
Yes, they can.
Patrice, one of the most interesting things that you've ever said to me, Patrice, was you said, well, you were talking specifically about comics, but that we all female comics want one foot in the regular world, and that's like one of the most true things I've ever heard, because women, and I think it's just true for all women, like women who are strong, because we want to be running the ocean. We like that, but at the end of the day, like we want you guys, we want to get fucked, and we want to feel like you guys are going to take care of us, but at the same time, we want to be able to shut that off in a heartbeat. So
you want
we're
dogs
all over the place.
I ain't Fido, nigga. Hey, we gonna come on. We gonna be back.
And the girl there pretty much confirmed exactly what he was saying. It's like the girls want to have that power. They want to. It's like they want the power of a man, but they don't want the responsibility and the reality of being a man. And I think that's ultimately the big problem when it comes right down to it. You want the power, but you don't want the responsibility. You want to be the CEO, but when the company is falling down to the ground, you want to be able to just ease your way out of that chair and put somebody else in there. And Like what Patrice what he's trying to say when he says, you bleed every month, you sit down to pee, you're miserable, is that the problem with letting a woman lead the way in a relationship is that you're allowing somebody who is not stable in terms of their mental, their mind, and their emotions. And so if you catch them on a bad day, they're going to make a bad play based off of their emotions, where a man can put his emotions to the side and still do what needs to be done. I remember when I was working, when I was working my janitor job, and man, this is something that I never forgot. It's so crazy. We had a female supervisor, and as long as I was working there, most of the issues were between the women. It was between the female supervisor and the women, the female employees, right? Now there were most of the people who worked there were women. It was a few guys. Like I think it was me, an older guy, and another guy at one time. Maybe again just a handful of guys, but for the most part, the guys stayed out the way. We put our head down and we just got to work. But the girls were always involved in some type of drama. And I remember it got so bad that the head lady, she brought in a co-supervisor, which was a man. And when I looked at the difference between how the man would work as the supervisor versus the woman, what I noticed about the guy was that he had this indifference about him in terms of the job. He would do his job, but it's like he didn't take it personally. Like it wasn't a big deal to him, but he knew that he needed to get the job done. And so it's like when he communicated with us, it never felt personal, whether he was telling you something that you needed to do, a mistake that you made or whatever. It was like coming from this place of objectivity. It was nothing, no hard feelings about it. With the female supervisor, there was a sense of like I got like there was attitude, there was stank, like I'm tired of these niggas, and the thing is, it wasn't overt. It wasn't in your face. It was just something where when you are just aware and have an understanding of body language, and you can kind of read the vibe of people, even when someone is trying to pretend to be one way, you can tell where their mind is really at. What I noticed with her is that when there were problems and issues, she took it personally, and she couldn't help expressing that in her communication with us. But with the guy, again, mistakes were made. He had to correct people at times, but he never took it personally. That was the key. And so it was peaceful with him because it was just like we were allowed to be human. We were allowed to make mistakes without it turning into something personal. And I think that's just a prime example of the difference between, when a man is leading versus when a woman is leading. A woman is leading with her emotions. A man is leading from a place, or should be leading from a place of stillness. Because I always got to reiterate, you do have men who are more feminine and more emotional even than women themselves. So,
man, take a break.
Harrison, let's go to John in Utah. John.
Yeah, I just want to say Patrice saved my marriage. I was the doting husband, and it was all about her. Started to listen to him, and things were going bad. So I started going, well, what would Patrice do? What would Patrice do? His advice.
What would Patrice do?
What would Patrice
but
do?
it turned her around, and we're happier than we could possibly ever be.
WWPD shirts.
Here's what he said. Hear what he said. We're happy. A happy man is a happy relationship. A happy woman is a miserable man.
Patrice.
Wow.
She wanted me to be the man.
That's what the fucking point is.
You
She
gotta
wanted
do
me to be a man.
one-shot deal, a relationship advice show for this
my
channel.
God.
Like 1 hour, 2 hours, whatever.
I think that might be kind of the whole trick to it. Is like, it seems like in a way, like just like the guy said, she wanted him to be a man. But really, what caused him to not live up to that standard in the first place? It was probably shit that she was saying that she wanted him to do, but subconsciously didn't really want him to do. Because a lot of times when you look at these stories, it's, again, the girl nagging about, I want you to do this and don't do that, and blah, 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 blah. But the moment or in the initial stages of you guys getting together, it's those exact things that makes you attractive in the first place. And then she kind of tears you away from that, and then the relationship falters. And this guy was able to save his marriage by getting back to being a man, being the man that's in control of his own life.
You want to
I'll
handle
do it. It's just simple.
We'll work that out with Washington. We'll get Patrice
Yeah.
O'Neal on the show by himself, just taking calls.
Why it
Stop
works
about your
for me.
relationships.
Here's why here's why you should always understand why it's legitimate. I'm a fucking mess physically. Like I'm gonna try to get in shape one of these days, but naked. If you look at me naked next to my girl, you will go, "What the fuck?" Like my self-esteem has to. Like when I fuck her, I have to go, "Why is she fucking me?" I would never give me no pussy, and it's like I'm looking at her going, "What's she up to?" This is like my low self-esteem.
Gotta be an ulterior motive.
My self-esteem so low is high. Like I go, what is this bitch after? But I start realizing it's a mind thing. All they want is just a motherfucker they can look at and blink slow and respect. And you know, it's not about beating them and subjugating them. It's about they look at you and feel like they don't need to be your mama. That's it. That they go, wow, this motherfucker is in my corner. He handles his business. You know how sexy. This is what I'm saying. Your house situation, you become 1,000,000 times sexier. Because that's some man shit you did, is buy a fucking mansion. That's some man shit. You bought a mansion, Anthony. So it's like your girl can't help but go, this motherfucker. When you're renting, she can kind of, that other half of her voice that tries to put you down, she can look at you and go, this faggot is renting at 59. But now it's like, this nigga's renting a house. This pussy ass nigga. You bought a mansion, nigga, and clothes.
Yeah, so now he's talking about just the, like, and this is something that you see a lot, because even with guys like myself who still live with their mama and don't have that can be a big knock against you when it comes to dating. Because it's a very unattractive thing for a woman to see a guy who doesn't have like his life necessarily in order in terms of making money and having his own place and things like that. And so having those things it's important, I think, in the long term in terms of making a relationship work. Obviously, if you're trying to have your own family, but it all kind of just goes back to the fact that, you know, women want to be able to respect you as a strong, independent man that knows how to stand on his own 2 feet. But the issue typically happens where what'll happen is you guys will start dating and getting into a relationship with each other, and you start moving in, and then she starts taking control of shit. And when you start allowing her to take control of what you built or what you've already been building, that puts her in position where she's probably going to start losing attraction for you over time.
Because that's what the problem is when they think they know everything you had to say, they're bored with you.
Here's what you've done, Patrice. Here is what the one thing. It's your logic, by the way, is perfect. I would not criticize it. It is perfect, but it is just that. Pure Vulcan fucking logic. You are like Mr. fucking Spock, because you have taken everything, very logical, but completely removed any emotion from it whatsoever. The only factor that you leave out of any one of your analogies, your logic, your fucking teachings, whatever you want to call them, is emotion. The fact that men and women get attracted to each other and stay with each other on an emotional level that is called love.
But Anthony,
yes,
wait a second.
Okay,
Oh, no.
Mr. Spock.
Wait a second.
Oh, no.
Yes.
The Black Dr. Phil is about to call.
Our shit is not. You cannot love a woman like a woman loves you. We, in our soul, we're not people who go booby boo. If you put us in a room and then introduce us to that shit, we would never go oh, boo 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 boo. We would never rub our thumb over the top of your girl's hand just to show the affection. You would never just constantly clean fucking sleep out of her eye.
You don't think that shit happens?
Because they fag us up into loving them like they love us. So the love they give us, we give it back. But we love.
So what the first part of the conversation where they're talking about like Patrice's philosophy and how it's so rooted in logic and puts emotion to the side. But and see, this is part of the problem is that in just about every other situation in life for men, the necessity of us putting our emotions to the side is understood. But for some reason, when it comes to romantic relationships, we're supposed to put logic to the side and put romance first. And that's why Patrice interjected and said, we're not supposed to love them the way that they love us. Our love is based in logic. Their love is more so based on emotion. But what happens is, in his words, they fag us up. And then we start loving from an emotional place instead of a place of logic. And here's a good analogy, right? So it's kind of like how in boxing, one thing that you're taught as a fighter is that you don't want your opponent to know your state of mind. Like if you're hurt, do you want to appear strong? Like if you watch Ali's fights, right? Like Muhammad Ali, you'll notice a lot of times when he got hit, he would shake his head to the crowd like he ain't hurt me. He ain't hurt me. Or you'll see some guys, they'll smile after getting hit. And it's because they're trained to portray an image of strength even when they get hurt. So essentially what you're doing is you're putting your emotion to the side and thinking logically. I got hurt, damn, but I'm in a fight. I need to appear strong. You do what needs to be done despite your emotion. That is a man's way. And I'm not going to say what you're supposed to do in there. I don't care what other people do, but I do believe that it's best to always have that kind of mentality throughout life because to me, it's always better to do what needs to be done as opposed to doing things based on how you feel.
Like, you know what?
Answer for everything.
You know what?
He does. I love him.
How do you love? You know what? You ever had a dog you loved?
Well, probably when I was a kid.
You ever have a dog you love?
Oh yeah,
people
of course.
who love their dog, right? And I'm not saying women have dogs like dogs, but the way.
Rest in peace, Brenda.
You love your dog. That's the way men love. We come in, we sit down, and our dog sits there and has the emotion that we have. That's why that's why a man's best friend is because it's like we like fuck, and the dog's like fuck yeah, and then you're like oh I'm down, and the dog's like you know what I'm down too, nigga. So,
dude, and it's I love what he said that cause that's exactly how me and Frender's relationship was. I'm telling you, if I laid in the bed, Frender would jump on the bed and just lay there with me and just we're just sitting there chilling, sleep, eating, whatever the fuck. The second I get up, boom, he's dude. I'm telling you, I could wake up in the middle of the night, hop up, he hop up, go outside, he outside, and I start throwing the ball, boom. It's like whatever my energy was, he would match it. And that's what made my relationship with Frender so good was that we were just on the same wavelength. And like Patrice said, he's not trying to compare women to dogs, but I think what he's saying is that that's kind of the position that women need to take in relation to their man, is that you got to be aware of where he's at and what he's doing, and try to match that. And if you can't match that, then give him the space that he needs.
It's like that's how we're not emotional like that. We just sit there with our hands on our balls trying to figure it out. And we need something there that's gonna let us figure it out.
Let us figure it out, yeah.
Just what?
Yeah, and see, again, just thinking back to having Friender, having a dog, the dog just never got in the way. And that was the key to our friendship. That was the key to our relationship, was that whatever I needed to do, the dog just didn't get in the way. And I think in relationships, women tend to get in the way. They don't allow a man to kind of deal with problems the way that we need to, and give us that proper space, or at least try to match our energy based on what's going on.
I want to be with you. I want to help you. I want to do things for you. You go, sweetie, you don't understand how much I would love you if you didn't talk to me right now. Like, I would just love you. I would love you if you didn't exercise the privileges that you thought you had. My ex-girlfriend to this day, good friends, man. And we had a talk about why we broke up. And I said, wow. I said, you know what? You see how cool you are right now? I get off the phone and you go, all right, talk to you later, sweetie. And I go, hey, listen, I got to go. And you go, all right, cool. Or I say I'm going to call you back and I don't. And you don't go, why didn't you call me back? You just are cool. She goes, yeah. I go, why couldn't you be that cool when we was together? Because it's entitlement. That's the word. She used the advantage that she had in her in the title that I gave her as girlfriend, and she thought that that's what she's supposed to do. They're not supposed to do that. We can change the whole way they think, man, if we just apply ourselves. She don't cause me problems. She don't. And I told my girlfriend now, because that's...
So he was talking about his ex-girlfriend and how after the relationship, they were actually able to get along better. And listen to the specifics of what he was saying, is just the little things, like if I say I'm gonna call you back and you don't get an attitude, but within the context of a relationship, then that little thing. And see, that's what's funny about it, is that outside the context of the relationship, she reacts to those little mistakes in a proper way. It's not worth getting upset and emotional about. But within the relationship, I'ma just go off, and then that's what tends to kind of repel men and get on guys' fucking nerves.
Philosophy, man.
Yeah. A couple more here.
Some philosophy.
Bam, bam.
Yeah, hey, Patrice, man, that might work for white on white or black on black. Man, I'm a white guy married to a black woman. And, man, if I started all of a sudden trying to do that shit, I would probably get my ass whipped.
It's not like an attitude thing. It's a belief thing. It's like you have to just look at. I told my girl she's the fourth most important thing in my life. Okay?
Four now.
And I'm going to tell you what the three ahead of her was.
I'll guess.
It was me.
Career.
My career.
Family.
My mother.
Which is mom.
And then her.
Yeah, that's about right.
Fourth.
And then she knows she's there. She goes, but, yes, well, you're important. And but I consider you to be the person I'm going to grow old with. So I kind of put you ahead of my family, like my mother or whatever. And I go, oh, wow. Well, thanks, sweetie, but you're fourth.
You're fourth.
And I love my fish, too, so you better fucking watch your step.
Yeah, what is fifth? What is fifth?
Fifth would be the fish.
My fish.
So she just beats out the fish.
She beats out my fish.
But they're nice fish,
She
though.
better be lucky.
He gets the exotic
fish. You know how many people are around my life? She's the fourth most important. To me, never love yourself. Never love anybody more than you love yourself. I love me. You have to.
Numero uno.
Right.
Let's go, David.
Yeah, I think self-love is so important, because when you love yourself, I think that's a big component in not allowing other people to disrespect you and walk all over you. I think before I had developed self-love, I was so much more of a pushover because I didn't give a fuck about myself. When you care about yourself and you love yourself, it's kind of like when you have a child. You know, when you have a child, you're not going to allow anything to hurt that child. You'll do anything to protect that child. And I think you kind of have to develop self-love to the point where you appreciate yourself like you're your own child. Like, it has to be like this kind of like you're both the parent and child within the same vessel as far as how you feel about yourself. The respect that you have for yourself, which is like the respect that a child has for a parent, but also the love that you have for yourself, which is like the love that that a parent has for the child. And so when you look at what the guy in the beginning said, you know, I'm a white guy married to a black girl. If I did what you said, she'll whip my ass. Listen to how mind broken this guy is. First of all, you are a man and you're worried about a woman. You're worried about a woman kicking your ass. Now, I'm not saying that in the sense of, you know, you should beat on the bitch or nothing like that, obviously. But as a man, you really should not have to fear a woman getting physical with you. I mean, look, they can shoot you and stab you, right? But that's anybody can do that. That's the extreme. But the fact that he's fearful of her getting aggressive with him shows how how he's really just so broken in that he doesn't recognize his own strength. But the bigger issue is the lack of respect and self-love, because if he had that, he wouldn't fear what his wife or girl would do, because he would understand that he could simply walk away from the situation and not have to deal with her disrespect. Ultimately, the way these guys tolerate disrespect from women, it comes from a place of weakness, a weakness that they've allowed themselves to have in terms with how they deal with women.
All my friends are comics, so they don't want to really talk to you about it. I mean, I got one good friend that we talk a lot about relationships and really I mean, you say pimping, but you know, pimping, people think pimping is, you know, you beat your girl and she goes sell pussy for money, but it's a mentality of, you know, when people are fascinated with pimping, they're fascinated with what does it take to get a guy to be able to have the ability to talk a girl into fucking selling her body and giving money. That's not what dudes want, but they want to know what the magical understanding of that is to like convince a girl against her better judgment that you're right. And she be happy with that.
So he's talking about like what makes guys respect or become fascinated with pimps. And obviously, you know, you don't want to be the guy that's got your girl putting herself in danger by walking street corners. But one thing that pimps have that seems to look like fucking sorcery to the average man is that they have control over their women. And I think that's what guys want. Guys are like, how do I put myself in the driver's seat of their relationship? And that's why we kind of look at and when you look at you know, when you look at the red pill community, the manosphere, not a lot of the popular guys, but there are some guys within the manosphere that have pimp backgrounds or have been pimp adjacent or things like that. And I think, you know, it makes sense because when it comes right down to it, the red pill philosophy is for the man to have the control in the relationship. To be the pilot of the ship in a way. And you don't necessarily have to be a pimp to do that, but pimps have that. And so if you want to learn how to do that, that's why some people look towards pimps.
Situation, you know what I mean?
So The Mac is your favorite movie of all time?
Nah, that one didn't move me. I like American Pimp, you know, I like Pimps Up, Hoes Down. But like I said, I'm not a pimp because I'm missing the gene that would slap a bitch for not giving me money. I'm not that dude. I'm a dude where I'm like, I want to give her money. I want to make sure she's okay. But at the same time, I want to make sure I'm okay too. And not money-wise, just mentally. I want to be happy. I think my happiness is.
I want to be happy. I want to be. I've been thinking about this, and I think this is. You want to know what's fucked up? You want to know what's fucked up about these conversations and these discussions? I think back to when they had the girls in the studio with them, and kind of like that one girl who was talking about, oh, you don't want to leave your girl or your wife because she's a person and you like things about her. But you know what's funny about what she said? If you get a group of girls together and then they start complaining about the man that they're with, the men that they're dating or having sex with, and complaining about the same shit, even more, it could be even more asinine shit. If a woman is saying, you know what, my husband or my boyfriend, he gets on my nerves, I don't have peace of mind, he's always nagging, he's controlling this and that, within the realm of female society, of female groups, that's reason to leave the relationship. That's more than reason enough to end a marriage, to get out of a relationship. Women don't need some big grand excuse to get out of a relationship. But it's like, this is the fucked up thing about it. When men complain about it, when men say, I'm tired of the nagging and her controlling, and then guys say that you should just leave, then all of a sudden, what about the emotions and the love? I just had to go off on that because that's just something that I've always noticed. The same shit that guys are expected to tolerate, the bullshit that men are expected to tolerate in a relationship and are shamed for wanting to get away from, women at the same time would never shame each other or other women for wanting to get away from a man who had those same qualities or similar qualities that would affect their happiness and mental health in a negative way.
Oh, sorry, man. I think my happiness is paramount. I think that if it trickles down for me, it's better, for me. That's what I think. I mean, it could be misogyny or whatever, but I just think it's not 50-50. It's not, I think the only way a relationship could survive is if your girl looks at you like you're better than her. And I don't know how to explain that to make people not mad about it. I just think, if she looks at you like, man, this dude is better than me, the relationship's gonna work, because she's gonna always be trying to make you equal or bring you down. So if you don't let her bring you down, she's gonna love you forever. She's just gonna always be living to get her, because she hates how much she's in love with you. If your woman hates you, you're in a good relationship, because she really don't hate you. She just hates how much she loves you, because it makes her not focus.
No, did you always have this confidence, or did you go through pain?
No, it's not. It's pain. Yeah, it's just living life. Yeah. I mean, I had a couple of epiphanies here and there. And only thing you have to do to want to have happiness is accept loss, is accept that you may lose. She may walk away and not do, that's the only way. All you have to do is fight rejection and fight walking away. And then once you're able to face that, then you find a good one that's gonna listen. Because most of the time, you see girls, even in this show, man, there's some girls that don't got no man. They want a man bad. They don't know how to keep one. They're tired of losing them. They're tired of getting one because they know how to get them. Getting a man is fucking easy. Like getting a woman is our job. Getting a woman is hard for us. Getting her is hard. Now keeping her is not hard. But getting a man is easy for a woman. But keeping a man is hard because they think their keeping skills aren't sharp.
So wait, you sound like.
Maybe we're going to touch on this later because I might have clipped it out. I'm not sure, but I think one of the best points Patrice O'Neal makes about relationships to me is when he talks about the work that men have to put in to attract women. And we kind of joke about it on R9K and different, spaces online nowadays about how Men have to live up to all these different standards in terms of like how we look. You know, got to be in shape and fit and tall, and got to get your hairstyle, the way you dress, grooming and whatnot. But also behaviorally, you know, you gotta have confidence. Then you got money and status and respect, and you know, can you stand up for yourself? And then having game and sexual prowess. There are a lot, so many. There's just this long list of things that men, I'm not gonna say have to, but you know, in a competitive world of dating, you know, you can't afford not to really work on yourself as a man and learn what it takes to compete and try to attract and get women. And so what you have is this situation where men, through all that work that they put in to attract women, it makes us lovable. And this is his exact point, and maybe I'll find that exact clip as I go along. But I just want to make sure that I touch it. But he says that, you know, these are the things that make us lovable. The struggle that men have to go through to become attractive to women is so much harder than what it takes for a woman to be attractive to a man, that women end up loving us harder. And that kind of goes into like that hate that he was talking about earlier. Like they hate you because they love you so much. And they love you so much because of what you are as a whole, as a man, based on what it took for you to even get to the point where she could acknowledge you and accept you as a mate. But the reason why a lot of women can't keep a man when they run into a good one, or I wouldn't say a good one, but when a woman runs into a man that's not afraid to stand up for himself, when a woman runs into a man that would check her on her bullshit and won't tolerate it, she's going to be in trouble, because women don't go through the struggle that men do in order to become attractive. It's given to them. And so rarely are women put in a position where they have to work on developing the skills and the behaviors necessary to keep a man. And in fact, I think I was talking about something similar with my friend. And kind of like just the same shit I was just saying, where it's just like, it's like they're not forced to grow. They're not forced to change and better themselves to get what they want. And so it creates entitlement. It's kind of like when you look at, as men, we have to learn how to respect other men because our lives are on the line. We can't afford to disrespect other men, because disrespect amongst men can easily lead to violence. You know, one thing that I've noticed is like when I'm walking past a guy in the street, is 9 times out of 10, we look each other in the eye and acknowledge each other. And it's a respect thing, but it's also an understanding that, look, this is another male. I need to see him. I need to see and acknowledge him to make sure that he isn't going to try anything. It's a respect thing. I notice when I walk past women a lot of times, they looking to the left and looking up, and cause they don't live by those same rules that we do. And what ends up happening, I believe, is that the skill or the understanding of the importance of respect kind of atrophies for women, because they're not forced to learn what it means to respect a man. And part of the problem is us, because they deal with so many guys who don't demand respect. It's like when I look at my friend in the relationship he's in now, you know, he tolerates so much disrespect from the girl that he's with. More than likely, the guys that came before him did the exact same thing. They tolerated disrespect, And so she never had to develop respect for a man because no man ever demanded respect from her. And so my friend is doing the exact same thing. If they ever break up, you know, the next guy down the line is going to end up dealing with the same bullshit.
You're the love doctor.
Some people call me that, man. You know, some people. I got a show on XM called Black Phillip. I can't tell what it's a variation of because you can get sued, but we call him Black Phillip. But like off the record is like Black Dr. Phil, you know. And I do a show like every month on XM, and we just for 3 hours we just talk shit about girls, man. Because there's no place to talk shit about girls. Where is there? There's no place where misogyny lives. And I'm not talking about women hatred. You know, women haters, the He-Man Women Haters Club, not that. So
what he just said kind of tells you about how things have changed because, like I said before, he died before the red pill manosphere explosion. And the internet and the red pill community specifically has become a place where men have been able to get together and talk about these things. And, you know, it's like people always look at MGTOW and say, why are you talking about girls? Why are you talking about girls all the time? Because where and when can guys really come together and talk about these things? Because so many guys are dealing with disrespect and toxic relationships, but there's no one who really gives a fuck. You know, your daddy didn't teach you shit. Your mama not gonna tell you the truth. Most of your friends are blue pill, pussy whip niggas too. The red pill community has been the place where guys who have woken up and kind of come together and share those war stories.
So that's the dynamic that exists today. As far as women want to be controlled to a certain extent, so they know their man is strong.
Well,
but they still want their.
But women want to run shit. Women want to be the boss, and they're upset about being a boss. That's the thing. Like you shouldn't be upset about things that should make you happy. Like a man boss is not an unhappy guy. We want to be the boss. A man without a girl who's got a lot of girls is not unhappy, but a woman that has no man but got a lot of men isn't happy.
So he said a woman who has a lot of men but doesn't have a man is unhappy. Now, I typically try to stay away from that conversation. I can give my opinion, but I can't say it's really based on much. But I do personally believe that for a woman, I think that it's more valuable to have that one guy that checks all those boxes instead of having a bunch of men. I guarantee you, like, even when you look at like porn star chicks, right? I guarantee you, let's say a famous rapper or actor fell in love with, I didn't say fell in love, but basically scooped them up and was like, look, I want you to be my girlfriend or wife, but I need you to stop doing porn or something. I guarantee you a lot of them would go for it if they really like the guy. Maybe not if it was like a gold digging situation, but I think even girls who are like in the porn industry, girls who sell, I think if they found that right guy, I'm not saying their relationship would work, but I do think that even they value having that one guy who's a boss over just having to fuck. Because really, when you look at girls in the sex industry, they elevate themselves by taking advantage of the fact that so many men are attracted to them and are willing to trick off on them. That's basically all it is. But still, if you really look at it, those girls can find that one guy that can provide them with the financial comfort that they want and fuck the shit out of them, and it's somebody that they can respect, that's a better position to be in than having to be out here, you know, getting flown out, getting fucked for $3,000 here and there. There's no way the average woman would prefer to have to live like that compared to having that one guy that's going to take care of them and satisfy them in the bedroom and demand respect.
Here's the thing. Here's all the shit in a nutshell. I fell for the classic fucking
bait and switch shit. You know what I mean?
Bait and switch.
Like, I've been with my woman for 15 years. When we first started dating and all that shit, it was fucking, dude, the sex is fucking phenomenal. Like, let the freaky shit. Let's watch porn. Let's fucking do it all. And now, 15 years later, like, it's like once a year, one more thing just gets taken away. I don't like that. I don't want to do that. I never liked that. She's telling me. So now I'm like having fucking purity sex. You know what I mean?
You're too you're too accessible to her. What the problem is. When you hunt, right? For men, what's our hunt? What are we hunting? We are hunting pussy. Absolutely. So when you get it, she has to kind of keep doing something to keep you kind of chasing her. Like, you can't. Once she gives you the pussy, if you feel like you can get it anytime you want and any way you want, you lose a little bit of that luster to chase her. It's like we have to go hunt something. That's why we cheat, and that's why our cheating is not personal. Our cheating is just hunting.
Just another sporting analogy to kind of go along with what he's saying. One thing that you'll notice with fighters sometimes, because I've heard this happen quite a lot, is that, and really it's funny because you can just look at the third Rocky movie to see exactly what I'm saying. If you've never seen Rocky 3, in Rocky 3, the whole movie is about how after the events of Rocky 1 and 2, Rocky, the boxer, he becomes immensely successful. And he's making more money. He's on television. He's famous. But throughout the whole process of this, he's losing his hunger that allowed him to work so hard to become a great fighter. And so he loses his edge, or what they call the eye of the tiger, amongst his rise to success. During this whole rise, he's losing that edge. And so he ends up getting defeated by Clubber Lang, who was like this hungry, broke, unknown fighter. And so the big theme and moral of that story is, how it's important not to lose your edge, how you have to stay sharp and focused and hungry so that someone that's hungrier won't knock you off of your square. And the way this relates to women is that I think with a lot of guys, and what Patrice is kind of explaining here, is that, when we're hungry for the pussy, when we want a girl bad, that's when we're putting in the most work. The way we dress, the way we behave. And also the other thing I keep in mind too is that guys tend to kind of cast a wide net. So we're out talking to multiple women. Like when you're really on it, you're on it for real. And then you finally get the girl and you feel like you can finally relax. It's just like the athlete who gets the championship and now he's not as hungry anymore because he got what he wants. When a man gets what he wants in the form of pussy or a relationship, it can cause you to not continue to do the things that got you there in the first place. It's not to say that you gotta be like some pussy whip slave and be slaving for the pussy, but you gotta understand it's that state of being of that wild hunter guy, right? With your wings and no shirt on. Like, you gotta always continue to be that guy to keep the woman interested in you. But one thing I'll say, kind of off topic a little bit. One thing Patrice, I've never heard him say is that guys shouldn't get married. That's one thing I've never heard him say. It will be interesting to hear his perspective on that because no one ever really asked him that specifically, and he never said it himself. But personally, I do think that marriage is something that is harmful for this particular dynamic. I'm not saying that marriage always does this. I'm not saying that marriages don't work. Because some people do have what could be considered successful marriages, but I do think in general, I think marriage is a terrible thing for maintaining that that dynamic between a man and a woman where the woman is going to feel like she needs to go above and beyond to keep him satisfied. Because when she got that ring, it's like she got your soul, like she got a collar around your neck. And so in a way, women lose the eye of the tiger too. They lose that edge when they feel like the guy is, well, that they have the guy, you know.
Now, what do you think?
Absolutely,
what do you think their hunt is? Because they're hunting for something too. What do you think that is?
Who the fuck knows, dude? Because you know what? It changes every guy.
Well,
they're hunting your manhood.
Whatever she hunted, Eric, she got from you. She got you. She got what they call a comfort zone. She got her self-esteem is high, and she got security. A good relationship, I'm telling you, is when a woman is just a little bit insecure. And I don't mean you tell a bitch her breath stink or she's fat. You just make her think that at any moment you could leave. Like she's not completely she doesn't have you. You understand what I'm saying?
Listen to what he says. She got to feel like at any moment you can leave. And so that's why I just believe that marriage is bad for maintaining this sort of dynamic. Because when you get married, it's harder for you to leave. You got to go through a divorce. You got to divide assets and wealth and things like that. You have something to lose. And it kills that. Because our power as a man is that we can walk away. That we can walk away and be okay. That's one thing that would keep a woman on her toes. That if I fuck up, or if I stop giving him the sloppy toppy, licking his ass and gargling balls, he can just walk away and find somebody else. When they have that comfort and that security, knowing that he can't just up and leave, it's a process. I can hurt him in this process. I can take from him. It causes them to relax a little bit, and they don't have to work as hard. And I just think personally, and that's one of the main reasons why I'm just not a believer in marriage when you want to maintain the power in the relationship as a man. If you really want to be a leader in a relationship as a man, I just do not think that marriage is good for that.
You reached your philosophy from thinking about these things for many years.
Yes. Oh, this is the
until
one.
it made sense to you. I did the same thing. Many years went into that. I didn't just come up with this stuff overnight.
You know what the epiphany was? The epiphany, as a friend of mine said, it was like you were David Banner, and what was the gamma rays that actually made me into the Hulk? It was Brazil. I went to Brazil, and quickly it was basically I was having such a good time with hookers. Like I was very happy with third world hookers. You know, happier than like just relaxing. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense for me to have to fly 10 hours, possibly die in the jungle somewhere, possibly get robbed and murdered out there, possibly get AIDS out there. Right. You understand?
You were in a sex haven.
It was,
you were in Brazil, baby.
It was almost like all those fucking obstacles was worth it. Right. And I'm like, I got to figure out how to make that happen for me here mentally. So
that's interesting because nowadays you hear a lot about the guys who are called passport bros. And these are the men who travel abroad to different countries like Brazil, Thailand, etc. And one thing that they've noticed is that women over there are just easier to deal with. They find those women to be more submissive. They find those women to not be as problematic as Western women. Now, a lot of people would say that, those women just see those guys as a lick, as a come up, as, let me go take advantage of this rich American. And certainly that's a part of it. But if we're being real about it, that's women in general. There is no such thing as a woman who isn't interested in a man's resources or how much a man is making. I think that what happens when guys travel abroad is that because the circumstances are so different for the women over there, they see American men or men from wealthier countries as being higher status than the women in West. Oh, my alarm went off. They see these men as being higher status, but when we're in our own country, when we're in America or whatnot, our women don't see us that way because they're comparing us to the higher. You see, and so I think part of what makes traveling abroad or being a passport bro so appealing is that, in a way, if we're being honest, it's like being a big fish in a small pond. In America, you're a small fish based on what you have and your resources and whatnot. But when you go to other places, you know, you can and look, again, the whole passport bro thing is controversial and people debate it all the time. But I think that it's completely fair game to simply try to find an environment where you're going to have an edge, to find an environment where you can actually compete, you know?
I had all these philosophies in my head, but I just started to apply it. And let me explain something to you, how you apply it first. And this is for the guys out there. Only thing you have to really deal with a woman is the threat of rejection. Front end rejection, meaning I see you in the streets, I go, hi, how you doing, Supersonic? Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? And you go, I don't like you. So say you say to her, wow, your energy is so beautiful, and she goes, ugh, fuck you, motherfucker. Right. All you had to do was deal with that, the rejection. And once you apply that to yourself, where you go, you know what? I'm just going to stick fly paper everywhere, see what sticks. For women, and everything is a circle. Women have to deal with rejection on the back end. You have to deal with rejection after you fall everything in love. We give you to fuck you. This is the problem. I have to be a good lover. I have to have decent money. Charming. I have to have decent clothes. I have to be funny. I gotta be everything.
You gotta start with funny
for your vagina. I gotta be everything for your vagina. Wait, shut this bitch up. I gotta be everything for the vagina, right? Now, where the resentment comes in is now you look at me like I'm supposed to love you like you love me, and you've done nothing lovable. Not one fucking thing have you done lovable. Why should I love you? Because I'm lovable. That's why we don't like you.
We're lovable.
Because you're not giving nothing.
No, you gotta love yourself before you can love
This is horseshit.
That is real shit.
Horseshit.
Real shit.
Turn it back on, Danny. But this is what I'm saying. You do not fucking know. I know about women. You don't know about men. Because you don't need to. You need to now because you're reaching that tender age of old.
It's like the pretty girl who never develops a personality.
She's like Shaq. You know,
but it's I had already broke this down a bit earlier because I forgot that I actually had it clipped out. But that was basically what I was talking about, which is the process that men have to go through to make ourselves attractive to women can be so difficult, so complex and so extensive that there's a level of depth to that development, to that struggle, to that growth, that evolution that a man goes through to make himself into a man that is capable of attracting a quality woman. But on the other hand, women don't have to do nearly as much, but they expect the same level of love. You don't put in the same amount of work, and you don't have the same variety in terms of skills. And as people say now, things you can actually bring to the table, tangibles yet you expect a man to feel as strongly about you as you do him. And I had never really thought about it that way. I always felt like this is one of the most, I hate to throw the word out there like that, but profound things that Patrice has ever really locked in on is how when you look at the amount of work men have to put in versus the amount of work that women put in, why should we love them as much as they love? And that's not to say that we don't have love for them. Not at all. But when you look at why, like when you look at guys who are willing to walk away, guys who are willing to stand up for themselves, not tolerate bullshit in relationship, it makes sense why some guys are capable of doing that. And it's because they recognize their own value and the work they put in to develop themselves as a man. And they also recognize that the value of the woman, whether they like this or not, is not enough to justify staying in a bad situation or tolerating bad behavior and disrespect. So I'm going to leave it at that. That was the Patrice O'Neal philosophy. And, you know, it's kind of interesting going back, listening to these clips because obviously there are a lot of gems here. His overall viewpoint is kind of crude looking back at it. I kind of clipped out the best parts, but I don't agree with necessarily everything that he says. But man, it's so interesting just going back and kind of seeing that before the red pill, you did have like a few guys who were kind of ahead of their time. But then you can even go further back to the manipulated man and S.T.B. Lars. So it's not like this is anything completely new. But it does seem like most guys are kind of more so blue-pilled in their way of thinking. I think the red pill mentality is still a mentality that only a minority of men actually have. And really, you know, I'll say this too. Some guys don't even need the red pill. You know, you have some guys who they can afford to be blissfully ignorant and naive. You know, some guys, they get with their high school sweetheart and they have a balanced, healthy relationship without much nonsense, or maybe they don't see how they're being manipulated, nor is it serious enough to even care about it. Whatever the case may be, some guys are blue-pilled, you know, quote-unquote blue-pilled, simply because, you know, they don't have any reason to think differently. But oftentimes, it's the guys who end up in these bad situations and toxic relationships that seek a different way. But what I love the most about his philosophy, is that it all goes back to just protecting your own happiness. And that's it. That's the main thing. It's just making sure that you're happy. And I'll go as far as to say this too. I think women should do the same thing. I think I'm not gonna sit here and say men should be happy, women should be miserable. I think if everybody prioritizes their own happiness first, that's the best way to find the person that you're compatible with. You know, if I meet a girl and I'm going to prioritize my happiness, but if my happiness and what makes me okay and what keeps me in a healthy state of mind, if those things aren't doing the same for her, then maybe we just don't need to be together. You know, so I think even women can benefit from having a similar mentality. You know, I think the key is just finding that person that's going to allow you to do what you need to do for yourself to be happy and not get in the way of that. And I think that's probably what it takes to create a healthy, balanced relationship. Two people who love themselves enough to not tolerate disrespect and abuse from someone else. And then when they find somebody who's on the same wavelength, someone who's happy and of themselves and isn't abusive or manipulative, then they're going to be able to get along and coexist peacefully. But I hope you guys enjoyed that main topic. Next, we're going to get to the thread of the day. There's some comments, and yeah, see you in a bit. Okay, so we are back and we have the thread of the day. The thread of the dizzle. So this is another that feel with no girlfriend thread. You see a little, I think that's Destiny over there. Not a great picture of him. Either he's really small or that girl is very large. But it was a typical that feel with no girlfriend thread on ADV. But I thought it was an interesting one because there was actually some, I think, decent advice in here. So let's get right into it. So the OP says, not sure what actual advice I'm asking for here, but I've never had a girlfriend, not one. I'm not a young guy either. It's strange because I've seen a lot of different guys able to attract girls throughout my life. For some reason, it's never happened for me. I'm not on the spectrum. I can only conclude that I'm unattractive on every level. Otherwise, I would have had a girlfriend at some point, right? And then this guy asks, have you ever asked anyone out? And before, no, of course not. Why do you ask? Then the guy replies, never had the opportunity to ask anyone out. Women have never shown me any interest. And then another guy says, yeah, only girls I don't like are into me. Story of my life, right? But look at what this guy says. Never had the opportunity to ask anyone out. Women have never shown me any interest. And, you know, that kind of attitude is understandable, but you know, it kind of reminds me of the whole debate between like code approach and choosing signals. Guys in the manosphere, like alpha male strategies, they talk about this a lot, where, you know, do you just go out and code approach girls, which pretty much means you try to talk to girls and ask them out even if they show you no attention whatsoever, versus choosing signals where you only ask out girls who have already given you some level of attention, whether that's eye contact, maybe you guys have spoken and maybe things got a little flirtatious and so you think maybe she might like you. I know that throughout my life, I've had a few situations where I felt like girls may have been giving me choosing signals, but of course, I never acted on them. But I think that if you're a guy who is not getting any choosing signals whatsoever, if you really want a girlfriend back, you can't afford to wait on it. You can't afford to just sit around and wait for choosing signals or opportunities. I mean, I understand, cause even myself, I don't like the idea of code approaching and things like that. I think at best, if I was in the mode of trying to look for a girlfriend, I would try to go to an environment where code approach would make sense. Environments where girls might be more receptive to guys approaching them and things like that. Not the fucking grocery store and the library and shit like that. And so this guy says, same here, OP. I'm almost 30 and it feels uncanny. It's like everyone else knows some secret we were never let in on. I'm hitting the gym, lost all the weight, obsessed with being clean and smelling nice, dress well, make good money. I'm above average in height, and while I'm no Chad, my face is okay. Yet no girl ever gave me any sign to ask her out. I see people around me that are much worse getting into loving relationships, and I just can't help but ask myself, what the fuck am I lacking? A friend of mine recently got a girlfriend. He's fat, his armpits smell, wears whatever, and is a neat living with his parents. Is that me? He doesn't even have a car. Oh, never mind. I was happy for him, but also seething. What do I lack compared to him? And this guy kind of has the similar problem where it seems like he's waiting for girls to give him choosing signals. He's waiting, like he says, yet no girl ever gave me any sign to ask her out. He says he's above average in height, okay face, and you know, basically he's doing he's he's taking advantage of the looks maxing path or skill set, and he's not reaping any rewards from it. He says girls aren't really giving him any signs to ask him out. I don't really know, what does it take? Like, at what level does a man start getting choosing signal? At what point should you expect girls to actually like I already know that around the average level, below average, slightly above average, typically you're not gonna get girls making a direct approach on you. I understand that, but choosing signals seem to be fairly common. Most average guys have stories of girls giving them some form of attention or indication that they might have wanted that guy to ask them out. But at what level does that really start? Because this guy sounds like he's more attractive than I am, and I kind of base that on the whole height thing, really. But he doesn't seem to have ever gotten any signs, whereas I felt like I got some choosing signals every now and then. But then he says, I see people around me that are much worse getting into loving relationships, and I just can't help but ask myself, what the fuck am I lacking? I think that, one, you can't, I'm not gonna say you can't, but I think a lot of times I see people who make the argument of, oh, this fat, balding, ugly guy got a hot girlfriend, so can you. I think that it's an issue of not being able to see the forest from the trees. Just because some ugly or less attractive or guys who don't necessarily have the traits and the things that we consider to be what women are looking for, just because some of those guys end up getting girlfriends, that doesn't mean that it's going to be necessarily easy or possible for other guys who are doing just as bad to get girlfriends as it was for them. Because you always have to consider this: how many girls are willing to lower their standards like that? That's the key thing you got to consider. Yes, there are some girls who don't have high standards. There are some girls who just straight up have low standards. And then on top of that, it's, you never know every aspect of the circumstances and situations that led to him being able to pull that off to begin with. I always say this, but I always remember my friend, his first serious girlfriend, she was cute as fuck, and he's not the best looking guy. You know, he's kind of fat, and not like sloppy fat because he plays sports, but he's a big guy. And anybody who would have seen them together would have thought, oh, he's so lucky. But what they didn't see is that it was a toxic relationship where he was slaving for the pussy probably because of the disparity in, or, the gap between their attractiveness levels made it so she had the power in their relationship. And so I think that that's another thing. You can't just look at the surface of a relationship and see, oh, this less attractive guy has a more attractive girl. What am I doing wrong? You might not be seeing the ways in which he's compensating for that, or the price he's paying for that. Not to be overly pessimistic, I'm just trying to lay out, what could be happening here. But I think this guy kind of has the same problem as the previous one, where again he's waiting on choosing signals and shit like that. And I think that nowadays, not even nowadays, I think just period, as a man, because of the fact that women just have more value than we do on average in the dating market, is their game. They don't have to be as assertive and aggressive about trying to get boyfriends and sex as we do. And so I think, like, I know me personally, right? If I decide, you know what, I'm ready to get a girlfriend, I want to have sex and relationships, I know that my approach is going to be, I have to be assertive. I have to be a go-getter about this. Not saying that, because I know in the past I said that I would ask out 100 women, and right? I'm a bit different in my way of thinking about this now. I wouldn't be so gung-ho about it as I once would have. But I would definitely take on the mindset that I need to be assertive about it. I need to make sure that I put myself in places and situations where, again, I wouldn't want to be a cold approach guy, but I would definitely want to put myself in situations where I can reasonably, to a reasonable extent, put myself out there and talk to girls and try to escalate towards something. But I think that, guys like that, they need to have a more assertive attitude about trying to get girls rather than waiting for choosing signals. So this guy gave very good advice. So you remember when I was on the Melly Monaco little dating advice show, I was having fun, but I was really expressing myself truly and honestly. And I said that one of my issues was that I don't know how to communicate or have issue expressing my sexuality out into the world towards a girl. Because, when you're flirting with a girl or you're basically when you're asking a girl out and shit, you might not be saying it explicitly, but when you do that, you are expressing the fact that you do see them in a sexual way. And so you're escalating things to a level outside of the norm of basic social interaction. The social interactions of strangers or friends and whatnot. Now again, it's not explicit, but that's what's happening. You're expressing sexuality. You're making the conversation sexual, even if you're just asking her out in the most gentleman way possible, because everybody knows why you're asking her out. That means that you see her in a sexual way. But this guy kind of breaks down what that issue is, I think, in a very good way. So he says, are you communicating your sexuality to women? I mean, stuff like, do you make sexually charged eye contact with women? Have you ever straight up just told a girl that you thought she was attractive? How comfortable would you be with telling a girl that you find her attractive? Are you relaxed enough when you're interacting with attractive women that you are having fun with it, or is it a big nervous ordeal for you? By the way, practice really helps with that last one. My point is not that telling a girl you think she's attractive will get you laid, although it might. My point is more like, how comfortable are you with your sexuality? Getting laid isn't so much about your various qualities as if they were listed on a spreadsheet. A lot of it is about whether you project sexuality and about how comfortable you are with sexuality. If you want to get better at this, volume is probably important. Try to figure out how to get yourself into situations where there are many women you can interact with. It's relatively hard to get better if you're only interacting with one new woman a week. So what he's saying is, when we all have a sexual side to ourselves. Even me as a virgin, I masturbate. I get down. I jack off a lot. So and I can get nasty. So even though I'm a virgin and I don't really express my sexuality out into the world, I still have sexual preferences. I have a sex drive. I have a penis. I have sexual desires. And part of getting girls is being willing to express that towards them, not in an explicit way, but it's kind of like when you see guys who get stuck in the friend zone, right? A lot of times they get stuck in the friend zone because they never express the fact that they see the girl that they're friends with in a sexual way. And so they stay in the friend zone, when the thing is, the earlier you express that you find a girl sexually attractive, the sooner you'll figure out where you stand with her, because she's either going to accept that and allow you to and escalate things with you further, or she's going to reject it, and then you can stay in the friend zone or you can move on. But failure to express your sexuality towards women is what oftentimes leads to guys staying in the friend zone or just not getting any at all. And it all starts subtle. Just like he said, do you make sexually charged eye contact with women? Like, do you give them that eye, like let them know, like, I'm not just looking at you, I'm looking like I like what I see. When you talk to them, are you flirting? Do you let them know that you find them attractive? And I think that, me personally, I think that would be one of the biggest hurdles should I ever take trying to get a girlfriend seriously? Like, I think I can do it if I put my mind to it. Just like just about anything else. But there is a wall there because it's not something that I'm really used to. Is because once you put that out there, you got to deal with the reaction to it. And I think part of what makes it kind of scary too, though, is that you don't want to offend women. You don't want to, because the way girls are, it's kind of like what people say, whatever you do around women, the key is be attractive, don't be unattractive. You could express your sexuality and your interest in a girl, and she could take it one way if she found you attractive, but she could take it the complete opposite way if she didn't. You know, and I think that's part of what makes it kind of scary. And this guy says, this 4chan pearl of wisdom. And then another guy replies and says, honestly, all this stuff only works if you're legit Giga Chad, 9 out of 10, groom style, hot looking, so that you obviously gather attention from women, or if you go for girls who are 6'10" or less. Nothing wrong with 6'10", with 6'10" girls, man. I think 5 out of 10 is pushing it, but a 6 out of 10 is, dude, a 6 that's cooperative and cool, dude, that most men would be satisfied with that. If you're average male, you're pretty much invisible, and if you try to make eye contact, you'll rather end up being a creep who looks at women. Be attractive, don't be not attractive. I just say that too. I think this guy's being a little bit too pessimistic though. You don't have to be a 9 out of 10 Giga Chad to play the basic flirtation game with girls. I don't mean to sound like a blue pill normie, but the fact is, you know, plenty of normal guys out there are playing the game and they're finding success. They're not having as easy and as fun of a time as a 9 out of 10 Giga Chad, sure, but it's not impossible just because you're not within that because you're not within that tier of highly attractive, tall, handsome, ripped, whatever type of men. So it's no need to be that pessimistic about it. But I do think that what he says about, you know, if you're the average guy, you're pretty much invisible. That I think that's kind of true. It's got to be something about you that stands out, you know. But that's why, as a man, it is important for you to have an attitude of being assertive when it comes to dealing with women. Because if you don't do anything, if you don't say anything, then you really are going to be invisible. You really are not going to stand out, you know. And so you got to make moves and you got to take action so that you can force something to happen. You can't just be waiting around. So this guy says, about to give you the big secret, OP, ask women out. Girls don't tend to like to make the first moves because they're pussies and would rather have a man do it. Strike up a conversation, preferably one in which you know she'll be able to talk for multiple minutes about, and ask for their number after. Once the convo is initiated, if she's interested, it'll flow. Not rocket science. So what he's saying is, pretty much what I was saying earlier, is that, you know, most guys, you're just going to have to take action and ask women out, talk to girls, whatever. You know, that's no big secret or anything really. But I think the thing when he said about conversation, that's like the filling out process. When you talk to a girl and you start asking her questions and things like that, y'all talking, that is to try to figure out how she feels about you. Because if you are socially aware, if you have at least decent enough social skills to be able to read people and how they feel about you, how they're reacting to you and what you say and how you look, because, you know, the whole thing about body language and how you can read people through body language is definitely real. A girl doesn't have to say she doesn't find you attractive. She doesn't have to say she wants you to go away for you to know that that's what she's thinking. You know, sometimes, like, I remember, I remember when I was in the mental hospital. I know I've told this story several times, but I was asking out every girl that I could when I was in there. And that was because I was just bored to death, right? And I kind of experienced this scenario where, you know, some girls were more receptive to it, and you could feel it. And then there were some girls who were just cold, shut that. Like, so the whole conversation thing is just to kind of get a feel for it and to see if, she's feeling you or not. And then if not, keep it moving. If she is, ask her out. I guess this guy says, I asked out 40 women, got rejected every single time, and I don't look bad. I have I see. I thought he was saying I have a boyfriend. He's saying they said I have a boyfriend. You guys act like you just have to ask out 2 or 3 girls and it will just happen. Yeah, and see, that's the other thing too. It's not as simple as just, if you just decide to start asking girls out, it's gonna work out. That's the other thing too. Even the most optimistic, diehard PUA code approach practitioners, even they'll admit there's at least a 90% plus failure rate when it comes to the code approach game. So when you're talking about guys, and these are guys again they are in the game fully. They are experienced. They are all about that. You're talking about taking guys who have no relationship experience, very little experience interacting with women, period, especially in a sexual way. Never had, you talking about virgins and shit, and then telling them to play the same type of game is really not far-fetched that some of these guys are asking out dozens of women and getting rejected every single time. And those rejections for a guy who's had no success with women, I think that it's going to really do a lot of damage to what little confidence they have in the first place. But like I've always said, dating is a very brutal game. I'm not some guy that's just gonna sit here and say, oh, there's always hope and this and that. There is a limit to hope. And when you're a guy who has asked out 40 fucking women and have gotten rejected every single time, especially if before that you already had confidence issues and might have considered yourself an incel or something, I mean, it could do irreparable damage to your psyche and confidence. Kind of like this is a weird reference or comparison, I guess, but in the anime Hajime no Ippo, Takamura fights a guy named Brian Hawk, and Takamura beat Brian Hawk so bad that it traumatized him, and Brian Hawk wasn't able to fight ever again. I think for guys like this who experience so much rejection, it can be like that's the dangerous thing about it. You want guys to try, but when you have these guys who are starting from absolute zero, and again, no positive experiences with women, no confidence, and this is their introduction to dating, man, it could have a very, very bad effect on them mentally. And when that happens, they might just completely take themselves out of the game. I mean, I'm an optimistic, positive person, and even I took myself out of the game voluntarily. But then the guy underneath him says, for this to even be a possibility, you need a woman to show interest in you. Going up and code approaching random women will achieve nothing and only destroy what little self-esteem you have left. Now, I don't want to... I always try to avoid talking in complete absolutes, because code approach does work for some guys. Some guys will stand by the code approach game. Some guys have found success with it, but I think that the odds are so against. I'm again, you're talking about 90% failure rate. So the odds are definitely against. It's not impossible, but the odds are heavily against you. So he's not completely off. But I think that, again, waiting for women to show interest in you, that's not exactly a good strategy, especially for average guys, especially for, when I hate to say it, when I think of like 4chan guys who complain or are just expressing their problems and lack of success with women, oftentimes we're kind of weird. We're a little off brand. So for guys like us, to, just walk around and expect girls to show interest in us. Yeah, that's kind of unlikely. But I think what you could do, instead of just cold approaching completely random women, is, like I said earlier, try to figure out or find places where girls would be more receptive to you initiating contact with them. Now, I've never done this myself, so I'm just theorizing here. I'm just virgin theorizing here, as I always tend to do. But I would imagine that if you go to a place like maybe a concert or something, but then the noise level is too loud. But it's got to be an intermission or something. But I'm just throwing something out there. Maybe you could go to a concert where girls are in a different type of headspace. Because you got to think, bro. The problem that I have with code approach is that most of the time you're talking about situations where girls are on a mission to get shit done. You're talking about girls at work or going to work. You're talking about girls in the grocery store who are shopping, girls in the library who are looking for books, girls at the gym who are there to work out and look cute, but whatever. Most of the places where guys talk about code approaching girls are places where girls are really, for the most part, not looking or going to be very receptive to that in the first place. That's why most code approaches, or at least that's part of why most code approaches fail, is that it's done in a completely disadvantaged environment where the girl is just trying to get and go and get. I think that you would probably have better success depending on the circumstances and the environment. Again, I'm just throwing something out there, maybe a concert or just, I think the best environment is a place where girls are going to play or have fun. That's probably the best place. If you go into code approach, is the best places to do it are places where girls are going to relax, to have fun, to kick it, not when they're running errands and shit. So this was the guy that I think gave the advice earlier. Oh yeah, and he responded to the guy that the other post that I spoke up earlier. So this is a lot. So let's let's dig in. So he says, well, first of all, realize that you don't need to be a 9 out of 10 giga chat to get laid. I mean, it helps, but I know an average looking I know a fat, balding. We got it. I got you. Some of whom are very attractive. The thing is, he is pretty socially confident, dominant, and fun to be around. The point is, realize that right now, as we speak, there are probably plenty of guys who are objectively uglier than you who are fucking attractive women. So for you, it's probably a mental thing that you need to get past. Now, just to kind of balance things out, because he's talking very blue pill right now. Like I said earlier, you can't always just look at the fat balding guy who managed to fuck. You can't always look at that and think that's a picture of like that's not the whole picture. There are some girls who don't have as higher standards, but you don't always know this. Like, I remember I was talking to somebody about this one time. Because he was telling me the same stuff. He's 5'6" and all this and blah, blah, blah. And then I said, okay, well, out of the girls he had sex with, how many of them did he ask for or ask about their STD status? How many of them did he ask, oh, when's the last time you've been tested? And from what the guy told me, it was like more than likely he wasn't doing that. And so that's the type of shit that I'm talking about. Where if he would have asked, and see, as a responsible adult trying to protect your health, that's not an unreasonable thing to talk about with somebody before you have sex with them. But if he had brought that up, that might have killed his chances of ever sleeping with some of those girls. And so what I'm saying is, people throw out, oh, the 5'6", this and that, whatever. But that you gotta always keep in mind what were the circumstances and the situation surrounding him being able to pull it out. What did he have to sacrifice? What did he have to lie about or conceal? What amount of effort did he have to put into it? You know, I just think there's more to it than just 5'6" balding ugly dude fucking hot. It's if it was that easy, if it was that like. I'll put it like this. When you look at like the PUA industry, right? When they have those boot camps and shit like that, they get those guys to go out and to be confident and ask girls out and just do it. And the success rate tends to be very low when you look at those little PUA boot camps and shit. So what I'm saying is it sounds nice, but it's not. And not to be pessimistic, I'm just saying it's not as simple as what these guys make it out to be. Like, man, you just got to be the dominant, confident. It's not that simple. Where was I? Okay. So for you, it's probably a mental thing that you need to get past. But I also do think that for a lot of guys, it's mental too. I think it's both. I think it's both a mental issue, but it's a lot of times it's also a lookism issue where you're just not attractive enough to have as easy or as smooth of a time attracting women as other guys. I think that is both. It never has to be either or. First of all, forget about all that know their place bullshit. No, throw that right out the window. Re-examine your beliefs. Why would you be unworthy of looking at a pretty girl? There are guys who are uglier than you, morally worse than you, poorer than you, etc. fucking pretty girls right now as we speak. I'm not going to do it. Second, think of it as a numbers game. Basically, sort of like this multiplication. Your objective qualities, X your sexual projection and confidence, X your volume, your results with girls. Volume meaning just how many girls you are interacting with in any given period of time. If you increase any of those three factors in the multiplication, you will get better results. To improve your sexual projection and confidence, first of all, you have to get this through your head. There is nothing wrong with you wanting to fuck women. There is absolutely nothing wrong with you wanting to fuck women. Literally nothing wrong with it. Women want to fuck men too. There have probably been some women before in your life who thought about fucking you, even if you didn't realize it. There is absolutely nothing zilch wrong or weird about you wanting to fuck women. 99% of guys want to fuck, 99% of girls want to fuck, and fucking makes people feel better. There's nothing wrong with it. Now, I think this guy putting so much emphasis on that last part is important. But why is that? And I think it goes back to what he was talking about earlier about projecting and communicating your sexuality. But I think that he's kind of expressing it in a blue pill normie way. And when I say that, what I'm saying is he's leaving out why do guys feel like it's wrong that they want to fuck women? Why do guys feel like it's wrong to express their sexuality towards a woman? Why is that? And it's because if you express it, whether you were right or wrong is based on how the woman reacts to it. And so it's like, look at this scenario, right? Very simple. Let's say you ask out a girl. Nothing vulgar or anything like that, but this is something that everybody has heard a story like this, where a guy asks a girl out and he could do so in a polite way, and she'll say something like, ew, boy buys. That's real shit that happens. And so experiences like this, whether you've experienced it or not, this is a reality. This is something that happens to guys sometimes, where they ask girls out and girls react very harshly about it. And I think situations like these sort of reinforce in the minds of men who don't have a lot of success with women, guys who aren't very assertive or aggressive with women, it reinforces in their mind that it's wrong to communicate sexuality or interest in a girl. It becomes a thing of fear because your intentions don't matter. What matters is how she reacts to what you do. It's like, just another example. There was Jada Pinkett Smith, Will Smith's wife. She was talking about how one of her issues in her relationship with Will Smith was that she wanted him to be a mind reader. She wanted him to know certain things without her having to tell him. And so he's trying to lead the way and make decisions. And if he makes a bad decision, she's going to feel bad and punish him for it, probably passive aggressively. But of course, if he makes the right decision or the right choice or the right move, then she's going to feel good and reward him for it. But the reason why I say that is because I think this is why guys have that fear of expressing and communicating sexuality towards women. It's because it doesn't matter if your intentions are good. It doesn't matter if you were a gentleman. If she reacts in a bad way, if she reacts in a harsh way, then she's right in how she reacts to it. Nobody's going to question that. It's just that she was offended by your approach. Therefore, you're in the wrong. You're the lame. You're the boy bye. You ain't got no game. It's based on how she reacts. And that's what makes it scary. That's one of those big mental blocks that stands between guys and asking out girls. If she reacts in a negative way, and I'm not just saying like a basic rejection. I'm saying like like she'll talk about it with her friends and like, oh, he tried to talk to me and shit. That's kind of what makes it scary. But that's why this guy is saying that you have to get over that. You have to get over that if you want to get into dating and start asking out girls and shit like that. But I would say that you gotta accept that sometimes girls are not going to react in a positive way to your advances, and it's not always going to be because you are being an asshole or being vulgar about it. It is what it is. And so he continues and says, second of all, realize this. You don't really know unless you make a move. Sitting around assuming that she wouldn't be into you is just speculation. Make a move and find. And see, just to balance it out, with a bit of truth here, a bit of ugly truth. Because I made a video where I was talking about how incels are too logical. And the point that I made was that you don't need to be 100% certain of something to have a pretty good idea what the outcome is going to be. And the hypothetical that I presented was Logan Paul fighting Mike Tyson in his prime. If we could somehow set that up, get a time machine, bring prime Mike Tyson to 2023 so he can fight Logan Paul. And Logan Paul is a YouTuber who boxes on the side. Now he's a competent amateur boxer, but he would get absolutely destroyed by a professional, obviously. He fought Floyd, and he's twice as big as Floyd, and Floyd was still able to win that fight. So, that tells you a lot, right? Now, anybody with common sense would pick Mike Tyson to beat Logan Paul or Jake Paul. Pick either one of them. Pick both of them. fight them at the same time. Anybody with common sense would pick Mike Tyson to beat the Paul brothers. And the reason why I use that example is because when we look at sports betting and things like that, and it's an obvious mismatch, people don't sit around and think, well, you don't know. It's just speculate. No, when you get a good sense of the power levels, if you will, of different sporting teams or athletes, you're going to place your bet accordingly. And so what happens with guys is that we already know it's a 90% chance we're going to get, more than likely we're going to get rejected. More than likely we're going to get rejected. And so that's part of what mentally fucks us when it comes to potentially asking out a girl. Because you got to look at the barriers, the walls that are in the way. Because one, she has to find you attractive. But even if she does, she has to be single. Even if she finds you attractive and she's single, you still got to go through the dating courtship process. You got to be, maybe you guys aren't compatible. I mean, the odds are so stacked against you. And I'm not saying that to be pessimistic. I'm saying that to give people understanding of why some guys are so lacking in confidence with women, and why, because again, we're talking about guys who are starting from fucking zero, and then you're telling them to take on what in their minds are damn near impossible odds. Now, in the most basic way, he's not wrong in that sitting around assuming that she wouldn't be into you is speculation. You know, because again, you never know 100% until you ask. But most evidence, I mean, goddamn. All right, I'll put it like this. Take this guy, the guy who made this post, right? And let's say give him $1,000, but you got to make a bet. Here's Chad Marco, right? Here's Chad Marco. He's going to ask out this girl. Are you going to bet the $1,000 that she's going to accept his advances or reject him? Even this guy would bet against me. And that's my whole point. If you had to put money on it, and take a guy who is, again, starting from zero and starting to ask girls out, how many times would you bet that the girl would not reject him? You would be out of your fucking mind. You would be broke. You would be destitute. You would be living in the fucking woods if you consistently betted that the girl would not reject him. That's how likely rejection is in these situations. It's easy to say it in a post, but have to put money on it. You're going to bet the guy gets rejected. And again, it's not to be pessimistic. It's to understand why these guys are so mentally fucked. You know, it's to understand why these guys think the way that they do. The way that they do, they're not being unreasonable. They're actually being reasonable. But in order to get into dating and to be successful with women as an average guy, you have to accept a great deal of failure and rejection oftentimes. Let's continue. By making a move, I mean just anything that escalates things a bit. Some deeper eye contact than usual, maybe a sexual joke, etc. Anything that basically puts a bit of your cards on the table, so to speak. Showing at least some of your sexual desire and intent and causes her to react. Don't speculate about whether she's into you or not unless you have at least tried to make eye contact with her. Third, realize this very clearly. If you try and you get rejected, you are better off than if you had not tried. At least as long as you are baseline psychologically healthy enough that you do not literally frighten her. But honestly, to not be that level of creepy isn't very hard. You just have to not be an obsessed stalker mode type of guy. Anyway, assuming that you're not obsessed stalker kind of guy, and like probably 90% of guys are not, basically this is the point to take away. Now see, this is just a little bit of pushback. A little bit. I know I sound like a pessimistic incel right now, but I just try to keep everything on the level. And so he says that if you try and get rejected, you're better off than if you had not tried. I'm not in total agreement with that. I think that there does come a point where if you're putting in more effort and you're not getting a return for that that's equal or worth that effort, then you're not better off. And it's like if you ask out 500 women and get rejected are you really better off having invested that amount of time and effort into it and got nothing out of it? You can't say that you're better off. Like, you got to get some results. Like, at some point, if you're putting in a lot of effort to do something or to achieve something, then there has to be like a result. There has to be something that you gain out of it. For some guys, you could just say, I gained the confidence knowing that I could do it. I feel better knowing that I overcame the fear. So that could be something gained as well. But I'm just saying, when I've read these stories of guys who've asked out a lot of women and got nothing out of it, you can't say that he was better off. I mean, if anything, it made those guys feel worse about themselves. Because and again, maybe some people think I'm just being pessimistic, but it's just that as happy and positive a person as I am, I recognize that life can be fucking brutal and harsh. And everybody who says, fuck it, I'm gonna start asking out girls, it doesn't always end well for them. Some guys only get rejection in return for their efforts. You cannot lose from trying. You can only win. You can try to flirt with a woman. There are two outcomes. Either she rejects you and you have some fun and now you have some more real life experience to improve your skills, or you get somewhere with her, which is great. And I think fun is the key there. When I think back to when I was asking out all those girls in the mental hospital, it wasn't about getting the girl. It was about having fun because I was bored to death. And when I think back to that, that little short time period where I was asking out girls in a fucking mental hospital, it was fun. I got rejected every single time, but it was just fun. And I think that's where the whole idea of outcome independence comes into play. And everybody can't mentally attune themselves to that way of thinking. And I think that's part of the problem too, is it's going to come down to your attitude. I think somebody like myself I could adjust my attitude appropriately to deal with rejection, to deal with asking out, maybe not a lot of it, because I just don't think I would ever go through like, oh, I'm asking out a 500, 100, like that. If I get rejected 50 times straight, I'm gonna be like, look, I'm good. I'm gonna be real with y'all. But other than like extreme levels of rejection, I could attune myself to the necessary attitude to accept rejection and to have fun along the way. It's kind of like I was playing Street Fighter 6 yesterday. I think it was yesterday, right? And I fought this guy. He was tough. He was a tough guy. And in the end, I lost 4-7. He won 7. I lost 4. Now he won that, but I had fun. I had a good time playing him because it was challenging. I was learning as I went along. Even though I lost, I still gained, right? And so I think that getting into dating and getting yourself ready to start asking out girls, you have to, again, you gotta, it takes a certain attitude adjustment, John Cena. It takes a certain attitude adjustment to deal with what comes with it. But I think that's what guys have to internalize and realize about. Because even myself, I know that should I ever get to the point where I want to make a serious effort to get a girlfriend, I'm going to have to adjust my attitude according to what is the reality of what I'm going to be looking at in terms of success and failure, and looking at ways that I can enjoy the process through the ups and the downs. And if you can figure out how to do that, then that's going to sustain you through the more negative aspects of asking out girls, which is not only rejection, but even sometimes embarrassment and hurt feelings and things like that. Think about all the guys who are too scared to even try to flirt with a woman and realize that even just trying already makes you sexually more confident than all those guys. Pretty much every guy gets rejected sometimes. It's much, much better to be rejected 100 times and sleep with 10 women than to be rejected 0 times and sleep with 0 women. Try to make flirting with women fun for yourself no matter the outcome. And see, that's pretty much exactly what I said. Try to make flirting with women fun for yourself no matter the outcome. I think that's the best attitude to have. You gotta, but you know what? It's funny. I was watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 5, and there's a character in it named Mista, and he's kind of like, I guess you could say kind of like a comedic relief type character. Not quite, but sort of. And they were introducing him and his backstory. And they were explaining how, you know, he was kind of a laid back, cool, friendly guy. And there was one part where they were telling the viewer that he was kind of guy that would just ask out any girl that he saw, right? Or something like that. And there's a part where he's walking past these 2 girls, and I guess they knew each other. And he was like, hey, girls. They're like, hey, Mista. And then he kind of asked them out, asked if they want to do something. They were like, no. And then he just kept it moving. And when I saw that, I was like, that's it right there, bro. Like, that's the attitude you got to have that's the kind of attitude that you got to have when you're trying to ask out girls or if you're trying to get a girlfriend. And see, what I could tell about Mista in that moment was that his part of his personality was just flirting with girls and asking girls out. And he did it so easily and so smooth that the girls didn't even really take it all that seriously. Now, that could be a good or a bad thing, but overall, I think it's a good thing because he was able to ask them out in such a cool way that they felt comfortable rejecting him, and it just wasn't a big deal. It was a smooth approach, and it was a smooth rejection. And I think it was, I guess the opposite of what I'm talking about would be like if you've been in the friend zone holding in these feelings for years, right? And then you give the girl flowers all of a sudden and you give her a poem and you like, I just love, that's not smooth. And you're making it so serious that one, the rejection is going to hurt. And she's going to feel kind of awkward about it too. It's going to be awkward for her too, because she's going to feel like you're so invested in the outcome. That's exactly what it is. It's almost like in that moment, those girls knew that Mista wasn't even invested in the outcome. He was just asking them out casually. And if you ever watch JoJo Part 6, pay attention to that moment, because I think it perfectly expresses the type of attitude you need to have and the type of attitude this guy's talking about in this post. One key thing is don't take any of it too seriously. Always think, how can I have fun with this? How can I interact with women and project my sexuality in a way that I'm actually having fun with it? Oh man. But overall, I think this guy, there's more to it, but we're kind of running short on time. I think this is some of the best advice I've ever seen for guys who might be suffering from that feel with no girlfriend, virgins, incels, whatever the case may be. I think out of all the shit I've ever seen, I think that this guy gave some of the best advice. And I think the most important thing about it really is that last part in particular, about how a lot of it just has to do with your attitude regarding success and rejection with women. If you can develop the type of attitude that can accept and even roll with the rejection, the inevitable rejections, and again, just not take it too seriously, what'll end up happening maybe is that eventually a girl might say yes, and then you can take things from there. But I think the key again is just to not take things too seriously, be somewhat outcome independent, and just have fun with the entire process. Just have fun with the whole process, the ups and the downs, the left. Just try to have fun with it and don't take it too serious. And I think that energy is, I think even the girls you ask out are going to kind of feed off of that energy, where when you do ask them out, they're not going to feel like for you it's a big deal. And so for them, it doesn't have to be a big deal. And I think that's probably the best way to go about it. But I hope you guys enjoyed that. Next, we're going to have some comments. And then, be right back. Okay, so we are back, and before I get out of here, I'm just going to answer a few comments. So, Moonbay says, oh yeah, these are old comments too, by the way. Moonbay says, your first mistake is believing what women say. You have to watch their actions. Second, guys who tell you to self-improve to get a woman are promoting status anxiety and want to make you feel inadequate so you can buy their course. Either fix your inside first or figure out how to knock women off the pedestal. You know, I was thinking about recently, I told this story. I was thinking about asking out this cashier girl because she was making small talk with me every time. Well, damn near every time I went in there. So I was thinking that maybe she was giving me choosing signals or something. But I found myself too afraid to do anything. And I know that if I put my mind to it, it's something that I could overcome. So I wasn't worried about it in that regard. But it got me thinking that, you know, there was never a point in my life where I made getting a girlfriend a top priority. And so I've never taken the baby steps and the step-by-steps, going through, like, you know, the step-by-step process of, you know, really seriously taking on the challenge of overcoming the lack of confidence that I have in regards to my position with women and how they feel about me. And, you know, just trying to, basically the whole process of trying to get a girlfriend. And it got me thinking, like, when will I ever be at that point where I can sit down and say, okay, now I'm gonna try to get a girlfriend? Will I ever? Will I ever be at that point? And I really don't know. But I do know that one thing is for sure is that I don't think I'll ever be comfortable setting getting a girlfriend as a top priority or goal in my life until I feel like I've really adequately fixed the issues inside of myself first. Now, I know generally speaking, I'm happy and enjoy life, but I still have significant things about myself that I have to overcome. You know, I'm trying to achieve greatness in the world. And so I still, in my mind, I still have a long way to go in terms of being, you know, the hard-working, consistent, disciplined man that I want to be. And I don't think I could ever really set getting a girlfriend as a serious goal until I feel like I've made significant progress in that particular endeavor. And I don't know, maybe that's always been what's kept me from getting, well, definitely not the only thing, but I think it's been one of the things that's kind of kept me from saying, okay, let's try to get a girlfriend. let's try to do this now, because I've never really gotten to the point where I feel like I've completely fixed like the most serious problems that I've been dealing with inside of myself. But you definitely got to be careful when it comes to the guys, the course sellers who are trying to, get people. And really, I think a lot of them mean well. I don't think all of them are like snake oil salesmen or things like that. But I think that my issue with guys who are in the business of selling like dating courses and things like that, I just think oftentimes they leave out certain bits of information or realities about dating because they want to set up a scenario or kind of paint things out in such a way that more guys are going to buy into it. It's more about getting guys to buy into what you're selling than telling them the truth. And that's always been my issue with the guys making like dating courses and shit like that. But I do think a lot of them mean well. So Pete Weller says on the Chainsaw Man anime review, you got Denji all wrong. Main protagonists have all been simple, buffoonish, childlike doofuses since the early 2000s. Because it's the brightest and most inoffensive type of protagonist you can have. Easily gains mass appeal because of the lowest common denominator factor. Editors of modern manga expect that to be the protagonist of every title put in front of them. Some won't even publish a manga without that type of protagonist. I don't think that I got Denji all wrong. See, my issue was that people were talking like Chainsaw Man was just this trend-setting, different, mold-destroying, anime deconstructing manga. When it's not. That was what I was saying. I don't care about Denji being a buffoon. Like, I get it. Like, that's the most common, easily digestible personality type for an anime protagonist. I've seen enough anime to know and understand that. I was just saying that people were acting like Chainsaw Man is just so different. It's good. I like Chainsaw Man. But it still operates within the cage of shonen tropes and limitations and expectations. That's all I was saying. It doesn't do anything really out of the ordinary. It's edgy. It definitely pushes a little bit in terms of the edge factor, but it never breaks the hard rule. And that's the key. It never breaks the hard rule. When I see it break, and I haven't read it since chapter 6 or volume 6 or something, but when I see that, that's when I'll give it credit. So Willem Dafoe says on the same video, every female in Chainsaw Man is just awful, but it's also so brilliant in obscuring that. Bomb Devil arc is one great dive into dudes who can't come to grips with the reality of what women are. It's fantastic. It's such a perfect one-for-one analogy for the male-female dynamic in relationships. If you listen to the author of this series, he's such a blue pill dork, yet the honesty of his views creates such red pill work. The Bomb Devil arc is one great dive into dudes who can't come to grips with the reality of what women are. Is that because of his reaction? Because that's what I got mad at. Is that because of his reaction to her? The way he responded to her killing half the city? And still being willing to be friends with her and all that? Because that's what got me. That's what bothered me so much. Oh, man. That's what really bothered me. But it seems like even in the face of seeing what she was, he wasn't able to accept it and respond to it accordingly. He still had to forgive her and try to befriend her even after everything that she had did. But that, man, I swear that and I think I had a separate video for that as well, because man, nothing gets me more than when the protagonist tries to forgive the villain after the villain done killed half a village or some shit like that. So T Dot says on the How to Be a Neat episode 0, Neat Goat. I know it's an old video, but do you know any neat friendly job? I thought your last job was pretty comfy for a neat, and I'm looking for one similar. Do you know any other jobs like these? Man, all I know is janitor. That's all I know. I almost got another janitor job, but miscommunication issues, bullshit. But right now, I'm looking for another janitor job. I think that's definitely where my focus is at, because I just think it's the nature of that kind of work. It's solitary. It can be kind of nasty depending on what your particular job is. But I think that the fact that it requires very low amounts of interacting with other people, especially customers, it's not really customer service. You know, you're dealing with, you know, messes and junk and you know, having to clean things up. So I think like I said, the solitary aspect of it is what makes it something that would be, I don't want to say easy, but probably the best type of work for somebody coming out of an extended period of neatdom and being a hickey, and someone who doesn't really like to interact with the common folk. So BT says on the AI art based or cringe video, I believe the topic of AI art would make its way to the Supreme Court in the coming years in some way or another. It is inevitable. I know that AI in general, even since I last made this video, has already taken a couple leaps and bounds. At that point, people were just talking about AI art. Now you got these like AI chat bots, chat GPT or something. And I think that I don't know, was this a dream? But I swear I remember seeing something about somebody talking about AI, and it looked like, I don't think it was Congress, but it was like, what was it, the House Representatives? It was something where somebody was, look, they had suits on. They had suits on, so I'm assuming it was an important place. But I think the exact kind of what you're raising here was being discussed in a similar way, where it was basically talking about, you know, we need to start really thinking about regulation for AI and whatnot. But that's a whole other conversation that I have to bring up later. Regulation and AI, is that something that we need, something that we want? I don't know. So haha, what a story mark says on the anime rap theory video. My favorite songs are Satellites and Final Attack. You did a great job. I'm not a big fan of anime, to be honest, but it's still made so well that it doesn't really matter. As Xavier Wolf had a great anime-inspired album called Project X with a lot of references to Initial D. The cover art was really cool too. And see, that's exactly what I was trying to do. I tried to make music where, of course, it's anime-inspired, and if you like anime and you get those references, it's going to be extra dope. But I also wanted to make it not so leaning heavily on anime references that the average person could understand it or at least vibe with it enough to like the song. And I knew when I showed some of the songs to my friend who likes anime, but he's not as into it as I am. I knew when I showed it to him and he liked it, I was like, yeah, I got it. I did it finally. And Ganter says on the AI art video, I think it can be useful for quickly making assets for video games. So that would be like when you're making stuff like let's say you got to make barrels, right? So let's get some quick barrel art to lay over the barrel polygons or whatever, the barrel models. Excuse me, or brick wall. We need brick wall. AI, cook up some brick walls. Oh wait, we need graffiti brick walls. AI, graffiti brick walls. AI, make blue streets. Boom. I can see that. So, haha, what a story mark says on the Nightwalk vlog, episode 31, don't mistake my happiness for complacency. I would say that over the past year or two, you have been a great influence on me, even to the point where I look up to you. Oh, God. Don't do that. Your spirit, your attitude. To be honest, Chad, if you were rich and got lots of girls, etc., I would be much more skeptical of your wisdom and happiness. And in a way, you not having those things are why I take you so seriously. You're also a great speaker and rapper. Man, I look forward to your Botcast Nightwalk's gaming playthrough more than I look forward to watching the latest indie horror movie. That said, if and when one day you get those outward successes, you will have earned them and be even better for it because you have gone through this period of reflection and found that inner happiness. Most people do not go through that 10 to 15 year period of self-reflection and the highs and the lows and spiritual awakening that can come with it. Most people never took that extended period to know themselves. Yes, I know, I'm awesome. Yes. No, that's the ego talking. But I truly, truly appreciate that 100% accurate assessment of me and my character and integrity and awesomeness. Oh, man. But you know what? Seriously. To be honest, Chad, if you were rich and got lots of girls, etc., I'd be much more skeptical of your wisdom and happiness. And see, what I realized about the value of my perspective, even though I'm a virgin and I've been a neat for most of my life and all these different things, I think I'm in a unique position because I can relate to people, young men who have gone through a lot of things that I've gone through. So I know what, like when you look at this new generation of like weak, depressed, lost, overly stimulated by junk food and porn, this generation of just doomer men and young boys, like I'm cut from that cloth. I've been through all this shit. And so I think when people look at me and they see that I've gone through a lot of the same things and I've overcome those issues. I mean, just like one thing I always see, like you see guys on 4chan who are like, I'm 20 something years old and I never drove a car. I don't know how to drive. I'm so scared. I was that guy. And I went out and I taught myself how to drive. And so I can express that. I can show, oh, look, dude, I've been through the same thing. I didn't learn how to drive when I was 16 like a normal motherfucker either. I went through most of my 20s without knowing how to drive. And then I said, fuck it, I'm going to teach myself how to drive. And I pulled it off. And so you can look at me and say, oh, man, he did it. Maybe I can do it. And I think that's part of the value of being in my position is that people have been able to see, you guys have been able to see a young man of the doomer, of the doomer class, if you will, kind of transition from that into somebody that's actually happy, enjoys life, is positive. And of course, I still have quite a ways to go, but there's no reason to think that I'm not going to take those next steps towards success as well, which means making money, being a better content creator, and eventually moving out of my mom's house and getting my own shit. It's only a matter of time, effort, and good decision making the way I see it. And again, I when I look at the manosphere, the red pill, or whatever, you look at a lot of these spaces, there are a lot of great mentors and influencers there, but I think that a lot of them really don't know what it's like to go through life the way that we did. They didn't deal with the same shit that we did. Most of those guys, they lost their virginities in high school. Most of those guys, they didn't go through being bullied. They didn't end up in a mental hospital. They weren't suicidal. A lot of those guys didn't go through the shit that we, and I'm not trying to undermine their struggle because they've had their struggle as well. That's just as meaningful as ours. But I think that it's just human nature to relate more to somebody who's been through your unique struggle as opposed to trying to relate to somebody who has taken a very different path through life than you have. Great post though, great comment. And I'm going to end it there. I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. The next episode is going to be kind of interesting. It's going to be a bit different. To put it simply, I interviewed some transsexuals and I'm going to be posting them. I'm going to be posting those interviews for the next Botcast. So yeah, the next Botcast is going to be the Pink Pill Chronicles. It's going to be quite interesting, to say the least. So I will see you guys then, and Johnny.